Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 4 of Elgato Week. And today we're going to be talking all about Stream Deck. For those of you guys who are new, I'm Jasmine, Senior Community Specialist over at Elgato, and we have Phil.
Hello, I'm Phil. I'm on the technical marketing team here, and I'm excited to talk all about Stream Deck today.
Oh, tell me about it. You guys know how much I love Stream Deck. All right, for those of you guys, regulars in chat, Phil already knows, Brito knows, I love Stream Deck so much. You guys don't know how excited I am to tell you guys how I use Stream Deck and all the use case scenarios. Because remember, Stream Deck isn't just only for streamers. You can use it for productivity. You can use it for artwork. You can use it for so much. Actually, chat, I have a question for you guys. How do you guys use Stream Deck? What do you guys use Stream Deck for? And if you guys don't have Stream Deck, guess what? Stream Deck Mobile. You get 6 keys free. Go download it. Don't forget. And I think today's gonna be really fun to talk to because later today we'll also be talking about virtual Stream Deck. So that's gonna be very exciting. How many of you guys know what virtual Stream Deck is? I'm really curious.
Virtual Stream Deck, or If not, then we will talk all about it. We'll get into the details on all the different sales that we have for Stream Deck. Question though, for those of you watching, also, I mean, it's how you use Stream Deck, but also if you have one, and which one. Do you have a Stream Deck Mark II? Do you have an original Stream Deck all the way back from 2017? Are you looking to upgrade, or do you have a Stream Deck Plus? Are you using Stream Deck Mobile? These are... Jasmine, what do you use?
Oh, man. So I use 2 Stream Deck XLs now. A Stream Deck Plus XL with USB hub attached behind it. A Stream Deck Plus with another USB hub attached behind it. And a Stream Deck pedal and a Gallion 100 SD. So that's what I personally use right now. I do have...
So you have like 30 Stream Deck keys available to you at any given time?
Yes, I do have a 3rd Stream Deck XL. That's what I used to use until Stream Deck Plus XL came out. So, you know, have you guys heard of my Lord and Savior Stream Deck, by the way, guys? But... I use it for a lot. That's like how I run my streams.
And you have a cool demo lined up later, right?
I do. So it'll be like a cool little demo for our VTubers. So if you guys are a VTuber, raise your hand because it's something I've been wanting to show. So I'm very excited to show you guys how I actually personally set up VTube Studio with Stream Deck because I do use I am a VTuber when I'm, streaming.
Also, quick shout out to our Portuguese team. They just wrapped up their stream. So if you're watching that, awesome. Welcome back. They just went offline. Now we're back online. This is going to be our English stream for today, where we're talking all about Stream Deck. But before we do that, I mean, it's Elgato week. We've got a whole week of deals lined up. And we have this fun little thing. Yeah, you can see at the top, what is that, top right, top left of your stream. We've got that little ticker there that shows you when a purchase is made on elgato.com and where that's from. So you can follow that and see kind of what everyone's picking up. If you buy a Stream Deck during this time when we're live, you will also see your purchase pop up there. But yeah, like I said, we've had a couple days already of deals, and those are all still going on. So should we take a look at those?
Yeah.
Okay. But before we do that, do you want to run us through the schedule for kind of the rest of the week as well, for the live streams and whatever everyone can look forward to?
Let's do it. All right. So I was looking at the day. Okay, it's perfect. So today we're going to be talking all about Stream Deck. And then tomorrow will be the last day of streams. There will be 3 streams after this stream. One from the German team at 10 a.m. UTC. And then one from the Spanish team at 2 p.m. UTC. And then our last EN stream, which we will be doing a Elgato Week recap. So you guys also, I do want to mention, I might leak a little something here. But you don't want to miss out on the giveaway there. It's a pretty special giveaway that is kind of one of a kind, is what I'll say. So that's all I'm gonna say there. You might want to tune in to figure out what we're giving away that day.
Very cool. So we'll want to see you there. Of course, we had live streams throughout earlier in the week. So if you want to go back, watch those. We talked about audio. We talked about prompter. We talked about capture yesterday. So you can go ahead and check those out. And I saw a question right away already. And that's what we're going to be doing today, is answering a lot of questions, demoing a lot of really cool things. But we had a question around the Elgato Week badge. So if you are watching on Twitch, if you watch, I believe it's 3 hours of our stream. So it doesn't matter which one. It could be this one. It could be one that that's coming up in a different language. But if you watch 3 hours, then you will get the Elgato Week badge. And now this badge is only available up until, Friday when we do our last stream. So you'll want to make sure that you get those 3 hours in, and then you get that special badge only on Twitch. It's something cool that they just added, so we've enabled that.
You just reminded me that I had to see like how much longer, because I think I got it actually.
Oh, you got it?
I think I have it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, so basically just watch the stream for 3 hours. If you watch it for 3 hours, you will unlock this new little badge that you'll be able to use, and I'll put on later, but I'm pretty sure I have it now.
Yep. Cool. So let's take a look at what we've got going on in terms of deals. We'll take a quick look at what's currently available, and then also what we're talking about today. And someone in Germany just couldn't resist. They got Stream Deck scissor keys, which is cool. I think this is maybe the first time that scissor keys is on sale, if I'm not mistaken. So anyways, let's take a look at what we have going on here. All right. So you want to make sure that you're on elgato.com. And when you do, you'll land right at the front page here. You'll see the stream. And right away, you'll also be able to pick the region that you're in. Now, this should be automatic. But of course, if you're on a different region, you can go in here and choose that in case it didn't work. Deal availability does vary by region, as well as the price and the discount. So you might see something different depending on where you're watching from and where you access the site. So when you scroll, this is just a big page of deals. When you scroll, you'll see first the top deals here for capture. So we've got 25% off 4KS. And actually, these are just the top deals overall. So we have 4KS here for 25% off, and Stream Deck Plus with 22% off here. You can get a free ChatLink Pro with 4KS, and you can actually get a free dial set with Stream Deck Plus, and you can even choose the white version, which is super cool. Just make sure that when you add it to cart, that beforehand you select your dial set here. So it could be the purple set, the silver set. In fact, Jasmine, if you had to choose, which dial set would you go? Would you go with?
Ooh, it'll be between, like, okay, I like to do a mixture. So but if I had to pick one, I'll probably say I'm stuck between the purple
pink?
and blue.
Yeah,
they're all really
look
nice.
Really good.
Yeah, because I think right now I have it in rotations of pink and purple, so it's like pink, purple, pink, purple. I think those are my 3 top favorite colors, so it's just kind of rough for me to pick only one there.
Okay, that's okay. You can also even mix and match if you wanted to get another set later. Blue is good, says Vic. Gold. Ron Weasley goes for gold. Okay. But yeah, so these are our top deals right now. And then as you keep going down, we actually had a vote going on for the deal that you guys wanted to see, which was either a Stream Deck XL or a Stream Deck Plus with the XLR dock combo. And the XLR dock with Stream Deck Plus won, so that is now live. So you get a Stream Deck Plus, you get an XLR dock Mark II here. You can get either the white or the black Stream Deck Plus. And then this saves you about, it's also math here. It's combined $310. You're getting, what is that, like 50? You're saving like $50. That is quite a lot there. That's got to be something like 20%. I can't do the math that fast. And then you also get to pick, of course, your dial set. So you're getting a Stream Deck Plus. You're getting the XLR dock Mark II and a dial set for, I don't know, what is that? 60, oh no, it's like $70 off, even more. You're saving $80. Yeah, I said 50 earlier. It's like $80. That's quite a lot. And then you just go ahead and add that to cart. So this is a fantastic bundle if you're looking to get into Stream Deck, if you're wanting to upgrade to a new XLR audio interface. The XLR Dock Mark II comes with Wave FX. It's got a ultra powerful amp in there, so it'll power virtually any microphone that you can throw at it, including the ever mighty SM7B. You do not need a cloud lifter or a FET head. You can just plug it right in. There's plenty of gain there. So this combination is really great. Of course, you get the Stream Deck Plus there with its Stream Deck keys and dials, which we're going to show you the functionality of today. So this is available now on Elgato.com. You can just scroll down and get this bundle. Of course, we have more bundles that are available. So everything that's unlocked throughout the week is staying available. Like these deals aren't just for one day. They just unlock over time, and we're adding more. And so you have this prompter bundle that went live on a Monday. So if you do want to step up your virtual production like workflow, where either you're keeping eye contact, in fact we're using a prompter right now, or you're reading scripts or you're putting chat on there, then these prompter bundles are for you. We've also got great deals on cameras, the Facecam 4K, Facecam Mark II here up to 29% off, and more. There's these audio bundles, which are also fantastic. This is kind of everything you need to just sound good when you go live or when you do a recording. You get Wave DX here, you get the XLR cable, and then your choice in microphone mount, as well as the Wave XLR Mark II with that Wave FX processing. If you want a USB microphone, we also have that. You can also choose between a low-profile mic arm or our mic arm Mark II, and then you get the Wave 3 with that. And we have even more. Of course, there's capture. So if you're looking to gear up for, say, the GTA 6 launch coming later this year, you've got a PS5 or an Xbox Series X, you can save up to 24% on 4KX. That's a great capture card with 4K 120 pass-through. If you have a Switch 2, a Series S, or you're just happy with 4K 60 video or 1440p 120, then you can go with the 4KS, which you can get for just $120. I think that's the cheapest that I've ever seen it. And you also get another $20 value with ChatLink Pro in that. So just make sure you select ChatLink Pro, then hit Add to Cart, and you'll get that in there for free. We also have 4K Pro and CamLink getting discounts. CamLink has the nicest discount of them all at $69.99. That's 30% off, just $70. And you can take pretty much any camera and connect it to your computer and use that as your high-quality webcam. Pro tip, it doesn't just work for cameras. It works for really any HDMI input, so you can even connect your game console, that sort of thing. Then we have Embrace. In fact, I'm sitting on an Embrace right now.
Me too.
So is Jasmine. We've been sitting on these throughout the entire week, many hours. Even before that, some of our previous streams that ran even longer. So Embrace is a fantastic ergonomic chair that just, it looks good. Like, it doesn't look like your typical gaming chair. You have a lot of adjustment points. It works for many sizes, heights, all that kind of thing. So
And crisscross applesauce friendly.
And apparently crisscross applesauce friendly. Not for me. I can't do that. I'm not that flexible. But if that's how you like to sit, then it does work. And I believe that, was that shown yesterday?
It was, yes.
Okay. Then, yeah, if you want to see, then you can check that out. And you can save $100 on Embrace. So 20%. So those are the deals that were unlocked earlier in the week. But of course, today we're talking all about Stream Deck.
Before we talk about deals,
yeah.
I do want to ask a question for like people who are new and might not know what Stream Deck is. What is Stream Deck?
Well, actually, I would love for chat to give us a quick answer there. So chat, if you have a Stream Deck or you know about Stream Deck, if you had to give like a one-sentence answer, what would that be? Is it just a stream controller? Is it a broadcast controller? Is it a basically you can tap into your life with it and manage everything? Like, how would you describe Stream Deck? Sentinel Elite has an infinite canvas of possibilities, and my mind just went wandering because that, to a certain degree, that's true. It's a little bit hard then to quantify what that is, but that's awesome. Stream Deck is the heartbeat of my setup. Dang, are you guys
Oh, Shauna.
like poets here?
Dredamu says a Stream Deck is a godsend piece of hardware that makes life easier. Yes.
Yeah.
Aaron Reesley says everything at a press of a button.
Okay.
And then Drop says buttons makes things do stuff.
Okay. So some great answers there, and I love it because they're all pretty much true. And so before we before we jump into talking about Stream Deck, I really quickly want to cover the deals for those of you who are just like, I'm ready to go, I just want to pick one up. And then we'll talk about what Stream Deck is. So if you haven't seen it before, or if you're new to it, stay tuned. In just a couple minutes, we'll go over what Stream Deck is and all the power and functionality that it gives you over your setup, whether you're creating, whether you're streaming, recording, editing, just hanging out with friends in Discord, or even VTubing. That's something Jasmine's going to talk to you guys a little bit about. But yeah, on to the Stream Deck deals that unlocked today. Some of these are absolutely just insane, right? So this is Stream Deck here, the Stream Deck Mark II with 15 LCD keys, and you can get it for $110. That's 27% off. Normally, it's $150. You can get it for just $110. You get 15 keys. Those 15 keys can become folders. Those folders can have folders within folders. So you are not limited to just those 15 keys in terms of the actions that you put on your device. You can choose between the black and white version, so you can fit it aesthetically into your setup. Not only that, but you can also choose a free faceplate with it. So the front of the Stream Deck Mark II here is customizable with these faceplates, and so you can really get something that matches your aesthetic. If you want to go a little bit more techie, you could go with the Circuit Board 2.0 here. If you want that more retro look, you could go with pink pixels, or you could go with something like plain grain here, which just has a little vibrant, like a little gradient on there. Or you could go with cinnamon if you're looking for something that's a little bit more cutesy. So you can get a free faceplate together with your Stream Deck Mark II. That faceplate has a value, I think it's of like $10 or $15. So the free faceplate plus that 27% discount for just $110. I mean, this is an incredible value. In fact, check this out. Normally, like a Stream Deck Neo here is already $100. So you can get for just $10 more, you're getting the full 15 keys, which is really cool. Stream Deck Neo is also, of course, on sale. But yeah, Stream Deck Mark II here, that's awesome. Then we have Stream Deck Plus. So Stream Deck Plus is fantastic if you're doing more audio management, you want to be a little bit more dynamic. You have those dials on there, and those dials can control things, again, like audio, camera, zoom, levels. I mean, just anything where you don't want to tap a key multiple times, you just want to rotate a dial. Stream Deck Plus is for you. It's got 8 LCD keys. It's got the touch display there showing you what's on the dials, and then, of course, the 4 dials. Normally that's $180. You can get it for just $140, so you're saving 22%. Also a fantastic deal. You can choose white or black there, again, depending on what you want. And then you can also get a dial set here. So you could go, for example, white, and then you could get the gold dial set. Look at that. Our team even took the time to render out all these different combinations so you can see in real time what this looks like. And I mean, this white plus gold, oof, that looks really chic. You could also do something like the purple and black here. Let me just go back. Purple, look at how good that looks. That just looks awesome. So you get a Stream Deck Plus for $140, and then you can choose that dial set there. Again, make sure you select that because it doesn't automatically add it to cart. You do need to select your dials and then click Add to Cart, and then you'll get those for free. But that's not all. We have Stream Deck Neo here with its 8 keys. We have the little info bar at the bottom and then 2 capacitive buttons for switching pages. Normally this is $100. You can get it for just $75. So you're saving about 25% here. Stream Deck Neo is that perfect entry Stream Deck. So if you want something that's a little bit smaller or something that aesthetically looks a little bit different, this is the first time you're venturing into the Stream Deck ecosystem, then Stream Deck Neo is kind of that perfect device there. With its 8 keys, you dip your toes into it. Again, it supports folders, profiles, and so much more, and it's got those capacitive buttons to switch pages, so you're not limited to those 8 keys. And if you're wondering what that means, well, we'll cover that in a bit, but just trust that this thing is super powerful for just $75. And what we launched late, I believe it was last year, was a black version of it. So you can get it in white, or you can get it in this like gradient kind of matte black, which looks really, really slick. And then finally, for Stream Deck, we have Stream Deck scissor keys here. So this is a also newer addition to the Stream Deck family. This is a different version of key compared to the Stream Deck Mark II that you see here. And the difference here is in the mechanism. So the original Stream Deck Mark II and most Stream Deck devices use a membrane style key. So when you press it, there's actually like, I don't know how to describe the feel, but it basically has a little bit of a like it's a tactile mush feeling when you press it. Whereas the scissor key, it actually uses a mechanism underneath that literally looks like scissors. It's got an X, and so when you press the key, that mechanism gets pushed down like so. There's less travel distance, and you can press anywhere on the key, and it just has a different feeling. It feels a little bit more like, I don't know, like a MacBook keyboard or something like that. And so this is just a really great option if you're going for something that feels a little bit different, or you're using it in a different style where you just want to be a little bit faster. Then Stream Deck Scissor Keys is for you. And we'll also do a little demo of what those look and sound like, because they also sound a little bit different later here on in the stream. So you can save that same amount. It's normally $150. You can get it for 27% off at just $110, which is fantastic. There's also this Gallion 100 SD and Keylight Neo bundle. So we're going to actually have Jonathan from Corsair on the stream later today, and he's going to tell you all about Gallion. And Gallion is made by Corsair, and this is the first keyboard that has Stream Deck fully integrated next to the keyboard. So if you've ever wondered, well, I've got my keyboard, I type on it, but I just want a Stream Deck, and I just want a Stream Deck right there, right beside for things like games or for productivity, then you have a full Stream Deck there with 12 keys, 2 dials, and a big display that shows you what's on those dials. And then you can get right now a free Keylight Neo with that in either black or white. So the base price of the Gallion, I believe, is $350. So we're just throwing in a free Keylight Neo there. So if you've got a camera, you're just going to look better there. And of course, you can control that Keylight Neo with the Stream Deck that's on the Gallion. Yeah, and then there's even more deals here. So we have Stream Deck Network Dock. This one is down to $60 from $80. Now, Stream Deck Network Dock is something you would use if you're running a professional production where you've got a little bit of a bigger production area. So, for example, you've got kind of a back control room, and you've got Stream Deck there, and that's controlling or connected to some sort of a server, which is talking to cameras, lights, and other things. That's where Network Dock comes in. It basically turns your Stream Deck into a network control device, and it integrates with software like Buttons or Companion, which you can then use to control your professional production. Someone asked earlier about Stream Deck Pedal, and yes, Stream Deck Pedal is also on sale. It's typically $90. You can get it now for just $60, so you're saving 33%. And yeah, this is a 3-key Stream Deck. Just, of course, it's a pedal, so you press on it. There's no LCD display, but it does everything that Stream Deck does. And this is fantastic for things like Discord push-to-talk, or even push-to-mute, right? So where you can just press on that middle pedal, hold, talk, and then let go. Or if you're in games, I think you can even do stuff like lean if you want to get a little bit more immersive. You can, lean left and right. And pedal is just, yeah, it's a fantastic.
Wait, I also want to talk about pedal too. Switch over to me real quick. Switch over to the crew, because I was going to ask this question later because I had it queued up. But now that we're on the same topic, so thank you for that question. Yes, Stream Deck Pedal is on sale, just like Phil said, and I personally like to use it for Discord too. It is amazing for Discord, especially if you're like doing collabs with friends, or if you're on call with a friend and you guys like doing like push to. I like to personally do push to mute versus like push to talk, or it's like I think. Oh, I'm confusing too, but you can use push to mute, push to talk, whichever you prefer. And then you can just use your feet for it, especially if you're playing games, so you don't have time to like was it Alt Tab, go over to Discord, hit that mute button. It's just so much more easier, a lot more convenient for me personally. I also use it for Valorant voice comms, so it's great for Valorant voice comms. If you guys are Valorant players in chat, raise your hand, because that's how I'm able to just instantly give comms ASAP while I'm like in a battle, right? Against the other team, and I'm like, guys, they're here, they're having, but I enjoy Stream Deck Pedal, and some really unique use cases too be people who are doing cooking streams. So if you're doing cooking streams, your hands are really busy with like cooking, it's messy, then you can switch your scenes, you can do whatever you want, because the Stream Deck Pedal does exactly the same as any of our Stream Decks, minus like some functions like dials, because Stream Deck Pedal doesn't have any dials, but basically besides that, it's the same software. So.
Yep. Yeah, so pedals on sale for 33% off. And then we come to our final deals on Stream Deck for today, which is our modules. So if you want to build Stream Deck into, say, kind of your smart home setup, or you've got you like to you're building some sort of like a hobby project where you want to put Stream Deck into, say, a sim rig or something like that, you can actually take these modules, which are basically the Stream Deck keys and the PCB, but without the housing around it, and then you can build it into your own setup. So we have the information online on the size and everything, and you can go in and then just build these into wherever you want to. You can 3D print. There's many designs out there from different folks. You can do your own housings if you want to, and this is really just great for anyone who is getting into just building your own thing. You can put a Stream Deck in there now. And so you can also save here on the Stream Deck 6-key, 15-key, and 32-key modules with 20% on the 6-key, 31% on the 15, and 30% on Stream Deck module with 32 keys. So yeah, that's a lot. It's basically all Stream Decks, all of our top Stream Deck devices that are on sale today. And we have even more on Elgato Marketplace. So actually a coupon just went live. So if there are products that you want to get that aren't on sale as part of Elgato Week right now, you can actually just go to elgato.com, go to that product, and use the code Elgato Week during checkout. And then you can get 20% off. And then also for the first time ever, we have deals on Elgato Marketplace. So let's say you do pick up a Stream Deck today and you are looking to get some plugins for it. There's plenty of free options, but there are also paid options. Some of our top plugins here by some incredible makers. And it's not just plugins, but we'll start there. You can now get a 20% discount on those. So what you do is you'll add the plugin to cart, and then during checkout, you use the Elgato Week code, and you'll get 20% off. It's not plugins only though, so there's also these pre-made profiles here. So if you just want to get started quickly with something like Star Citizen or Google Workspace or Cubase, iRacing, whatever it is, there are these great pre-made profiles. There's also icons and icon packs here. There's screensavers for your Stream Deck. There's also audio effects. So these are VST audio effects that you can use inside of Wavelink. Even things like LUTs for camera hub, backgrounds, and even things like the 3D print files, like those mounts we just talked about. So in general, Marketplace also has deals going on right now. Just use code Elgato Week to get 20% off when you add something to cart. So the way that works is you'll want to make sure that you hit this cart button, like add to cart here. And then once you click on your cart, you'll be able to check out and then add the code there. And then, of course, at Elgato.com, we also have this for certain products. Now, not every product is can use this coupon code. So you can see there, it can't be used with existing discounts, as in if it's already 20% off for Elgato Week, you can't stack this on top of that. That would be very cool, but unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. And then there are some products which are excluded from this simply because they're too new. So yeah, that is everything. And I'm sure there's a lot of questions that have been queued up so far. So I think now we can go over some of those before we jump into the actual product overviews and show you guys like what Stream Deck can do.
Yeah, and I also just want to mention too, like for that code too, I know a lot of you guys are asking, oh, is this product going to be a sell, or is this product that's standalone, like you guys didn't want it from the bundle because you guys already had something from that bundle? Then this was what Brito was hinting at yesterday and the day prior, where you just have to use code Elgato Week, and majority of the Elgato products on our website is on sale for 20% off. Obviously, exclusions apply, terms and conditions is all in that. Was a command right there, ! Code for you guys in chat. And then Marketplace, I do want to mention something about Marketplace real quick, because tomorrow's stream, it is going to be a recap stream, but also there will be an amazing guest. You guys might know her. Her name is Stephanie. She is amazing. And she's going to be talking more about Marketplace, about makers, and about all the deals. She's going to be showcasing everything about Marketplace tomorrow. So don't miss out, because that's going to be a very, very awesome segment to see.
All right.
But for the questions, let's see. There's a question from Aaron asking, is there a promo for Stream Deck Mobile?
There is not. You can get Stream Deck Mobile for free, of course, but there's no promo for the discount or for the subscription or for lifetime.
And then Skyrat says, I just bought Stream Deck last week and still had no time to set up. Well, that's perfect. You're here watching the perfect stream to show you what type of plugins we have and how we all personally use Stream Deck. And people in chat too can also give you advice as well, or any plugins that they personally like.
Yeah, and now is the time.
Now is definitely the time. Let's see. Next question is from Karta. Does Stream Deck module come with the same software that the normal Stream Deck use, or do we have to do some extra steps to program it?
So that's the beauty about these modules. They are just Stream Deck. So it's the 6 key, the 15 key, or the 32 key version, just without the housing. So it's the same software. It's the same Stream Deck software, and it connects to your computer via USB. So it's the same experience, except we just take off that housing and give you basically just the board with the keys, so you can design your own housing or insert or whatever you want for it.
Sweet. And then next question is from Spirox. What's the max amount of layers someone has done? I'm assuming they mean folders.
Sure, yeah. That's a great question. I don't know. Folders technically doesn't really have a limit, I think. So, you know, you could pick up a Stream Deck and you could go exploring. Yeah. You can, I mean, we could even on the stream here maybe spend a minute trying and, you know, but again, the limit is probably going to be at some point the performance of like going into the folder, going out, you know, that kind of thing. And also, I mean, besides, I don't know, like 5 or 6 layers deep, that's a lot of organization. I don't know if you want to do that, but we can take a look here.
Sweet. And then let me see. Next question is from. Let's see.
Stream Deck lasagna test. Okay, that's I guess in reference to the layers, but
can I use Stream Deck as a controller for games, like assign the buttons to WASD for platformers?
You absolutely could. Yes, you can do that. You can use it in games. Typically, we wouldn't recommend using it for WASD, right? You have a keyboard for that, or maybe you also have a controller. Stream Deck is perfect though for things that you do inside of those games to add to immersion or quick functions where you might not remember what the hotkeys are. So we're talking games like Star Citizen, where there's so many different things you can do in the ship, on foot, in a station, out in space, and so it works great for that. There's also other ways, for example, in Helldivers 2, which I think we'll show today, it's really fun to use as your, like the pad to enter in your stratagem, right? Like if because in-game, you kind of, your character goes like this. Well, if you have Stream Deck in front of you, you can also just put everything on there, and then it adds that little element of immersion there. So it's really fun to use in games that way.
And then,
and actually, sorry, one more thing to note there. Someone on the team, actually, CheckTech, they just put out a plugin for Forza Horizon 6, which just came out. And that actually can show you metrics about your car. So when you're driving in-game, you can have on your Stream Deck showing things like the engine RPM, speed, temperature, all of that stuff. And that's coming straight from the game, and it's showing on your device, which is super cool. So yeah, there's many ways that you can integrate Stream Deck, either for control or just as like a display for information.
Awesome. Next question is, actually no, this is gonna be for Brito. Brito says, who's got a badge in chat? I'm trying to take a screenshot for socials. So if you guys have a badge from Elgato Week, type it in chat right now. Type in chat. Type I do or me. Actually, I'm gonna type it too so I can also be in that screenshot. So if Brito didn't already post it, we can have everyone here. Yeah, flex the badge. Flex the badge. Let's go.
All right.
And on topic of good flex, look at all the flex, look at all the badges. That's amazing. I love that. And also, with the badge flex, I do want to mention, can we get some congrats in chat for Brito and some hearts in chat? Because it was her 6-year anniversary at Elgato. So, get all the hearts in chat for Brito. Give her some congrats. We all love her. Thank you, Brito, for everything you do. I see all the badges too.
That's a lot of badges. That's awesome.
All the hugs, all the hearts, with all the badges. Yes.
And actually, you know what? I'm gonna. This is a hot take. I want to see less badges. You know what that means? Those are new folks who are just tuning in, maybe for the first time here, and we love seeing you here. So my hot take is I want to see less badges. I want to see more new folks in here. Of course, we love you if you've been watching throughout any of our streams throughout the week, but we also want to give this as a chance, and that's why we do these live streams for someone who's just discovering Elgato for the first time or wanting to take a look at one of these products. We can show them live here. And another order is another Stream Deck Mark II going to the US.
I love it. I love it so much. I love that.
I don't want to ban anyone, Oak Attack. I'm just saying.
All right. Next question is going to be from Vic. Phil and Jazz and Elgato team, what is your favorite Stream Deck?
Boy, for me, that's probably going to be the Stream Deck Plus. In fact, maybe you can grab it over there. We have one here that I can just, or I guess I could even show this one here. But yeah, for me, it's going to be the Stream Deck Plus here with its eight dials, 8 keys, touch display here, touch strip, and the 4 dials. This thing is awesome. I love the 45-degree angle. I even love the look of it here. And then the fact that you just have all of that control of your audio, your zoom, could be really anything just right here on the device with these dials. And then you have the keys. It just is the perfect device. It's got the perfect amount of dials, the perfect amount of keys to be a personal broadcast controller, editing controller, even just for kind of productivity. You could have music on there, your microphone, you could have system sounds. So even if you don't use it for content creation, you can still just use it as kind of a setup controller, if you will. And so yeah, for me, it's going to be the Stream Deck Plus here, specifically in black.
So for me, James, actually, can we get the big boy out? Stream Deck Plus XL, if you find that, because my favorite Stream Deck now is Stream Deck Plus XL. You get the best of both worlds. So unfortunately, Stream Deck Plus XL is not on sale during Elgato Week. That's the only thing I do have to say. But asking about my favorite one, hands down, Stream Deck Plus XL. I have all the keys and all the dials and a USB hub edition attached at the back, like chef kiss for me. But if I had to pick one that is currently on sale, I'll probably say also Stream Deck Plus XL. Oh, sorry, Stream Deck Plus. Also Stream Deck Plus.
All right, let's see. We've got it coming in here.
Yes. Look at the big boy. Can we get a little zoom in, John?
So Stream Deck Plus XL is not on sale. It's also not part of the coupon. However, it is still Jasmine's favorite device because it just has literally the most amount of keys that we've ever put into a Stream Deck, which is 36 keys, and you have those 6 dials there. So it's you have your little smaller brother here, and then you have the big brother.
Wait, can we get?
One.
Is there a Stream Deck XL here? So I want to show a little comparison over here, just a Stream Deck Plus, Stream Deck Plus XL, and then a Stream Deck XL.
We'll have to see if we can.
We can find that later, and we can have a whole family here actually. So later during the segment, we can put up all the family, the full Stream Deck family.
I mean, I think we might as well just do that now, also just to show the size, but we should, so we'll show the Stream Deck XL. This one is going to be on sale. The Stream Deck XL does work with the coupon code, so if you do want to get a Stream Deck XL, you can get that 20% off. If you want to get the Stream Deck Plus here, that one, of course, does have a sale going on right now. Only the Stream Deck Plus XL here, at least in this shot, is not currently on sale and not part of that discount because it is a newer product.
So I do want to say that, you guys will get, these two are also, so before we release this, right? Before we release this bad boy, these two are my favorite. Hands down, I have 3 Stream Deck XLs, and then the Stream Deck Plus I really love just because of the dials and the touch strip, as well as the fact that you get 2 options to have attachments at the back, which saves up so much space on your desk. Because I don't use a dynamic mic or a XLR mic, I actually really like the USB hub. So I believe we do have a USB hub here for showcasing here that you can easily attach to the back, and you get more USB slots, and there's even I always confuse the side thing, like an SD reader, right? Is
SD card reader.
SD card reader, yeah. So if you guys do lots of photos and stuff like that, that comes with a nice little feature here as well. But yeah, and if you guys want to save space, you guys use an XLR dock, then we do have XLR dock Mark II that we recently released during Wave Next. So
could we actually do a lineup of all of the gear that is on sale?
Yes.
So let's take this guy out of there. And we'll do everything that we just talked about and show you guys and then we'll talk about what the differences are here. So if we could get the Stream Deck Neo, the Stream Deck Mark II, the Mark II with scissor keys, we'll get everything lined up here so that you guys can see the size difference here. And also, let's see, we have this guy. We have we'll get a Stream Deck Neo going here. Let's see. Perfect. We got that. Keep in mind, some of these we have in white, some of these we have in black. Like the Stream Deck Neo here, also there's also a black version of it. So I'm just going to put this right here. We'll move this out of the way. That's my own controller there.
Gallion right there too.
We do have Gallion, but we're just going to focus on the Stream Deck family here for a second, because there was that question of, what is Stream Deck? So at this point, Stream Deck is a family of devices that you can control your setup with. So what does that mean? Well, if you're live streaming, you're a one-person production, right? You are the talent, you are the technical director, you are the graphics designer, you are doing everything, right? And Stream Deck gives you control over many elements of your broadcast that typically would be kind of unmanageable if you try to do them all at the same time. So things like switching a scene, muting a microphone, turning on a light, pausing music, sending a chat message. All of that you can do by just tapping on a key here on Stream Deck with its integrations with OBS, Twitch, Discord, Spotify, and many more. But it ranges far outside of just Stream Deck at this point. And streaming. The name Stream Deck is almost a little bit misleading because you can use it for basic productivity as well. My setup is that I have some of these keys actually just open project folders. So I'm daily working on different projects. We have A-roll, we have B-roll, we have scripts, we have many, many different files that we're working with. So I have some of my keys set up to just open folders. It's really that simple. It's just folders here. So I don't need to remember where those are, those projects. I just simply have it always in front of me, tap a key, and boom, it opens. I can use it for music control, right? Play, pause, adjust the volume up and down, and in general, just volume control of my system. So this really becomes kind of your system dashboard and your system controller at that point. If you're using it for gaming, you can do that as well if you do game. So like I said earlier, if you're playing sim games like Star Citizen or iRacing, then you can map all of the different hotkeys that might be hard to remember or even hard to reach right onto any of these keys here, or even onto the Stream Deck pedal. And then you can add a nice icon on there, and then you'll always remember what that is. And it'll be an even more immersive gameplay experience because, if you're in Star Citizen, you want to raise your shields or put all your power to weapons. It's pretty cool to tap a key that has a shield icon on there. It can even be animated to show it kind of going up. So that's one way that you can use it for gaming. Another, like I said, is if you are doing racing, you can use it to reset your track. You can set all of your different car and weather parameters. You can see stats about your vehicle. So if you are looking at like tire pressure, tire temperature, you can look at engine RPMs, all of that kind of stuff. You can put all of that right onto any one of these devices. So Stream Deck today, it's still called Stream Deck, and that's still at the core of what this is. But given all these different devices that we now have in the main Stream Deck family, it's expanded way beyond just live streaming and broadcasting, and really has become a controller for every part of your digital workflow, be that gaming, working, streaming, editing, photos, whatever it might be. Stream Deck does that. So that's the 5-minute version of what Stream Deck does just by looking at the hardware here. The beauty of Stream Deck and that this ecosystem, and we'll get to the software here in just a second, is that all of these devices, they have different form factors, different sizes, right? We have the Stream Deck Plus here with its 8 keys and 4 dials. Then we have the Stream Deck Mark II here with its 15 keys. These devices, they do the same thing with those keys. So the Stream Deck Plus and the Stream Deck Mark II keys, they do the same thing. You use the same plugins. The choice you have in the hardware is simply what is your main use case for it. So if you're doing a lot of audio and a lot of video, if you're doing editing, for example, then the Stream Deck Plus might be for you because you can use the dials to actually advance frame by frame. You can go in and adjust volume. You can go in and insert transitions. However, if you're, like I said, doing project management, or you've got a lot of Excel files and you're pasting a lot of repeat text, then maybe the Stream Deck Mark II is for you because it has more keys. And so by simply tapping a key, you can have it paste text for you, a pre-composed email. You can have it bring up SKU numbers, open websites, that sort of thing. And there's also Stream Deck Neo here. So this is just a little bit of a smaller version, right? This has 8 keys instead of the 15. And so again, if you're thinking, well, this is for me, but I'm really not a power user, I don't need, 15 keys, or I don't need, the dials, then we have this option for you. So the hardware is where you can make a lot of the choice in terms of what's best for your workflow. The software among them and the capabilities there is virtually identical, outside of course, like the dials on the Stream Deck Plus here. Even the Stream Deck pedal, this thing is front and center here, right in the middle. This one is a little bit unique. The way to think about this is on a Stream Deck Plus here, you have, these 8 keys here, and, take 3 of these keys and essentially move them onto the pedal. So you have 1 key, a 2nd key, and then a 3rd key, except you can't really see what you're pressing on. So you just configure it and software it to something that's very memorable. Like Jasmine was talking about earlier, you can have Discord push to talk or push to mute, or you could have page swapping on here for a different device. You could have joining, leaving a channel, leaning in a game, right, leaning left, leaning right, that sort of thing. All of that can be done with a Stream Deck pedal, and it has the same functionality as the other Stream Deck devices. It's just this has 3 keys that you can't see. So that's a look at the main Stream Deck hardware that we have on sale today. Looks like we got a no order for Stream Deck Plus from the US. Awesome. Jasmine, do you have anything to add to my TED Talk here before we jump into the software and take a look at what it actually looks like?
So I do want to ask about, I'm sure we're going to have this question, right? If someone's new to Stream Deck, which Stream Deck should they go for?
Yeah, that is very much a personal choice. There's no right or wrong way to use Stream Deck, and there's no right or wrong choice here. There's simply the one that works best for you. So like I was saying just a couple of minutes ago, it really depends on what your setup is. If you are like Jasmine here, who is a VTuber and has a ton of different controls for her model as well as for her broadcast, then you might want to get a Stream Deck with more keys, like the Stream Deck 15 key here, and then maybe a Stream Deck Plus as well.
Where does the Stream Deck XL go?
The Stream Deck XL is also a part of that. It's just not... It's part of our, here, let me see.
Oh, there it is. I was like...
You can get the Stream Deck XL here for 20% off with that coupon code. So then you might want to get a Stream Deck XL. However, if you are using this more for, let's just say, again, kind of like opening folders, opening websites, a little bit of audio control, then maybe the Stream Deck Neo is actually the right choice for you. And the great thing is that, and I'll show this in a bit, these keys, you're not limited to essentially these 8 actions, right? On a keyboard, you have your full layout, and those keys do, W does W, A does A, that sort of thing. Those don't change. The beauty with Stream Deck is that these keys and dials, they can all change what they do dynamically based on what you are currently doing on your system, and they can display information dynamically because they're LCD keys. So even the Stream Deck Neo here with just its 8 keys can go way beyond in terms of the functionality that it has. So there's really no right or wrong. I would just say try to do like a best judgment on what your workflow is.
I was gonna actually say, because I think I have a different thought process here. Like, I think if you're completely new to the Stream Deck family and Stream Deck system, then, obviously budget comes into account, right? Like where your budget is, where you want to start. But I think if you can, Stream Deck Plus would be hands down my first pick as a first Stream Deck. Just because you have 2 accessories that you can purchase separately, which is USB hub, it gives you more USB slots, because if you use a lot of peripherals or a lot of gear that has a lot of USB usage, then you're gonna be running out of space. That was my issue. I was running out so much space, and when we came out with USB hub, I was like, oh my gosh, Elgato is saving grace. So and also there's the XLR dock Mark II that you can also get as attachment too if you have XLR mic. So the dials too that you can control. There's so much you can do with the dials here, which we'll showcase too during a live demo. And touch strip as well. There's so many features here where it has, I feel like, more than enough keys to get your hands into Stream Deck and see what you can do. And the dials to control your audio, to control you can control almost. There's a lot you can do with dials more than audio too. But we'll show that in the live demo. So that'll be my personal first pick. If you can, Stream Deck Plus is my first choice for a new user. What you can also do is there is Stream Deck Mobile. So, someone just buy Stream Deck. There's Stream Deck Mobile. So if you don't know, you're on the borderline of I don't know if I...
Keep going.
Okay. I don't know, if I really need Stream Deck, oh, perfect, or not, then you can take a look at Stream Deck Mobile. You get 6 keys free, and then you can save that profile and export it or import it. Yeah, export and then import it into a physical device of Stream Deck if we do decide to get one in the future. So all that hard work you set to set up on Stream Deck Mobile, you can move that over easily. Also, one more thing to mention, if you guys do have Stream Deck, make sure to back up your profiles. Just a reminder, a friendly reminder, always back up your profiles just in case. Who knows? Maybe like your PC completely wipes, So that's just a little quick reminder that just came up to mind. But yeah, for chat, that's a question to you. Which Stream Deck would you guys recommend for a first-time user? Like, I want to know your thoughts process as well here. So,
yeah, that's a good way to put it. The great thing is you do have all of these options,
yeah,
and almost all of them are on sale right now, so you can get them. I mean, the Stream Deck Neo here is just $75. The Stream Deck Plus here is, I got to remember, 140. So there's various different price points here that you can get, and it looks like someone in the US just snagged a Stream Deck Plus. Do let us know in chat, by the way, if you are picking up a Stream Deck during this sale and right now during the live stream and you're watching, let us know what you got. We would love to know. But okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Apple Freak says first time user Neo probably.
I do remember Tony saying something about Neo as well. I saw a really nice comment Tony made saying, so I just want to take a moment and give Stream Deck Neo the props that it deserves. The info bar and navigation buttons are boss.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could we actually get a slow pan just across so you guys can see again kind of the scale? We'll start over here from the, we've got so looking at all these devices here, we've got the Stream Deck Mark II, and then we've got the Stream Deck Mark II with the scissor keys. We have the Stream Deck Mark II in white. Then in the back here, we have the Stream Deck Plus XL with its 32 keys here. And then we have the Stream Deck Plus with its 8 keys and 4 dials. And then, of course, there's the Stream Deck Neo here with its 8 keys, the info bar, and the 2 capacitive touch points. And then kind of front and center in the middle, we have the Stream Deck Pedal with its, we call it Stream Deck Pedal, but it has 3 pedals actually on there. So there's 1, 2, and 3. So these are the core Stream Deck devices that are currently on sale during Elgato Week. Again, the hardware is where you decide kind of your form factor, how many keys, how many dials you want. The software is where you set it all up. So should we take a look at the software?
Real quick, though, we do have another question here from Crom asking, what is the difference with scissor keys? You can do it ASMR, too.
Let's do that. So we'll do a quick focus, and we're going to need to get another close-up here. Let me get the pedal out of the way. So Stream Deck scissor keys, let me see if I can, there we go, get those reflections off of that. Stream Deck scissor keys is has a very similar form factor and has 15 keys as the Stream Deck Mark II. And what we've done with this device is simply created a new key type for a little bit of a different key feeling. So if you have a Stream Deck today, you'll know that those keys are they're like the membrane type key. Those are the OG. That's what you'll have across all of these devices. And we had feedback over the years that some of you want keys that are a little bit less mushy and a little more like tactile with less travel distance. And so we worked hard and created these scissor keys, which has a slightly different mechanism underneath. Basically, there's less travel distance, and the key overall is just a little bit more stable. But it really just comes down to the feeling. In the end, using Stream Deck is very much a physical thing, and it comes down to preference. Do you like the feeling of these kind of this membrane type key, which some might describe as more mushy, or do you like the feeling of the Stream Deck scissor keys here, which are I don't even know. I don't know how to describe it. It's just like more tactile, I guess. But let me get you let's see if we can do like an ASMR sound of what it sounds like. So I'm going to tap here on the Stream Deck Mark II. Maybe we can get so that's Stream Deck Mark II there. And then I was just tapping very quickly on it. And then this is the Stream Deck Mark II with scissor keys. So you can hear it's got much more of a kind of a mechanical sound to it. That's due to that scissor key element in there. So that's look at the sound there. In terms of the functionality of the device with the 15 keys, it's going to be identical. There is one key difference, that somebody pointed out in chat, which is that the Stream Deck Mark II does have interchangeable faceplates. So what you can do with the Stream Deck Mark II is you can actually take it off of the stand here that it comes with, and then you can actually, if you kind of use your palm to guide it, you can snap off the faceplate, and then you can exchange it with the one that, for example, you can get right now for free during Elgato week. So if you do get another faceplate with your Stream Deck Mark II, then that's how you take it off. You simply kind of put your hand on the front of it like this and snap it off. The Stream Deck Scissor Keys does not have an interchangeable faceplate at the front, so you are just going to be with this design here, this black design. So that's one difference there between the two. But the rest of it, I mean, we can take a look at the rest of the size here. So you'll see the stand is the same. And then also on the back, the USB cable position is the same. There's another little difference here in that the Stream Deck Scissor Key does come with that 1/4-inch thread at the bottom. So if you do want to mount this to a some sort of...
Julian says, Scissor Key version also has interchangeable faceplate.
It does?
It's just a different format because the keys are not the same shape.
What? When did that happen? I'm learning that for the first time. Oh, well, okay, stream, I'm wrong. And I stand corrected. So disregard everything that was just said. Yes, you have interchangeable faceplates on the Scissor Keys. You just don't have as many of the faceplate options because we've been making the faceplates in those other designs for quite a while. The Stream Deck Scissor Key is newer, and so yeah. Just what is it in like legal proceedings? It's like, strike that from the record. Yeah, we're just not going to talk about that. But yeah, so okay, you have the same. It actually it comes off slightly differently. A little bit different force there. But yeah, you can still do that. So yeah, there you go.
Awesome.
Well, I'm glad I got double checked on that.
Also, hi
good.
Julian. Good to see you in chat again. So
many details to remember.
Oh, for sure. And then we do have a comment here from Digital who says, what sold me was watching Phil configure Stream Deck and Wavelength so you can see the power firsthand.
Well, then I think we should maybe sell you on another Stream Deck and now start diving into the software and functionality, because we've been talking a lot about these different devices and the differences and also the similarities between them in the hardware. But so far, you've only seen them when they're off and there's nothing on there. So now I want to show you what the software configuration looks like when you do that. So keep your questions coming.
Yep.
Also use !Q in the chat and then type your question. So !Q and then space, type your question. That highlights it for Jasmine here, and then she can go ahead and make sure that we get your question answered. Yeah, okay.
Time to demo.
Let's take a look here at the Stream Deck software experience. So when you get Stream Deck, the first thing you'll want to do is, of course, when you get the hardware, is install the Stream Deck software. A little bit of a pro tip here: you can install it before you even get your device. As in, you can download it, install it, use it, even without a device connected. Once you do have your Stream Deck, it'll show up here in this device list. Now, we have quite a few just because we've connected quite a few, but I've got a Stream Deck Mark II here that I'm going to configure. Let's see, I think it's this one actually here. Yep, there we go. And I'm going to also reset this to its default profile. Let's go here to profiles. Actually, I'll just select that there, default profile. So this is what it's going to look like out of the box when you get your Stream Deck Mark II. In fact, this is a very similar experience across all of the Stream Deck devices. You're going to be greeted by our default profile here. And this default profile really gets you started quite quickly in understanding what the device does. So you have a couple different folders here. One of them is apps. This has pre-configured applications that you can open. So for example, Chrome, Edge, Firefox, or even text edit, calculator, Explorer, right? If I want to open Explorer here, I'm just going to tap this key and boom, it opens the file explorer there. So this is kind of a great introduction into what Stream Deck can do. I'm sensing something's going on in chat. What's going on here?
Julian says that, he has a brilliant idea, Phil. Julian says, I think we should link the purchase widget to something in the studio. Every time someone buys something for more than $300, a bucket of water drops on Phil's head.
I have no shame. I got pied in the face the other day by Burrito for charity. So at this point, there's nothing you can do that
Burrito's
will
bringing the ice. He's bringing the ice.
There's nothing you can do that will shame me. I can withstand everything at this point.
Julian says that's my inspiration. Oh, look at those purchases come through.
Oh, we're not there yet, folks, but I love the enthusiasm.
That's amazing. All right.
You heard it here first. We'll figure out how to do this. I'm sure there's some automations we can do for the next live stream.
I think Burrito's coming with a bucket of ice.
Huh. Okay. You mean like one of those little paper cups? And we'll do it that way? Yeah.
Maybe. We'll see.
Okay.
Phil deserves a raise. It's what Ron Weasley said.
Hey, you're not wrong, Aaron Weasley. You're not wrong. But okay, so while Burrito does that, and you guys can have your little side conversation chat, I'm just going to continue going through the first time software experience when you're using Stream Deck and how to use it. Okay, so here we go. We're back in our demo here. So we're in this default setup. So we've got the tutorials folder. This one's pretty cool. We've got a bunch of videos which show you all about your plugins and actions. And hello, person behind me.
I came as fast as I could. There was 2 people in front of me in the break room.
Are you ready?
So yeah, there's a plugins action here. So when I tap this, it actually opens a little video, which is cool.
Look,
And that shows you how to
I saw
add
you.
plugins to this is just chaos now.
Sorry. Go on, carry on.
But yeah, so it shows you this video of how you can add plugins to Stream Deck and so much more. So the default profile is a great way to just get you started. I'm not going to go over the rest of it. You can explore it yourself. However, the power in Stream Deck, of course, lies in the ability to configure each key as you want. And the way you do this is on this right-hand sidebar here. This is going to be your action categories. And these are all plugins. Now, what you'll see here is I have a lot of stuff already installed from the time that we've been using it. Your list might look a little bit smaller here, and I'll show you how to expand that and get more actions. What I'll do here, though, is I'll go ahead and go to another page here and start off with a blank Stream Deck. Now, the first and most basic thing are system actions in Stream Deck. These come with your device, and these are going to be things like website, hotkey switch, opening an application. Let's do a quick website just as a demo here. So when you have an action, you simply hover over it, drag it onto a key, and then you can type in here at the bottom in the property inspector what website you want to open. So in this case, we'll do elgato.com. And that's actually pretty much it. What's cool is it pulls in the favicon, or basically the website icon, and that key is now configured. You simply press on it, and it'll go ahead and open that website. It's literally that easy. It's drag the action onto a key, configure it, and you're good to go. How about opening a folder, since that's something I was talking about earlier? We'll go here to the open action, and you can see down here in the property inspector, it says app or file, and then you have 2 little icons here. One's going to be for a folder, one's going to be for a file. I'll click on folder, and then you can simply browse to any folder on your system. So in this case, I'll just do downloads, and go ahead and select that. And now when I tap this key here, it's going to go ahead and open the downloads folder. So that's how simple it is to configure Stream Deck at its most basic level. It's literally you take actions from the right side, drag them onto any of the available keys, and then when you select the key, you'll have your property inspector where you can configure the action. Of course, you also want your keys to look nice. Some of them are going to come with great default icons or even dynamic display and dynamic information. Something like downloads here, it's okay. I've got downloads here, I've got a little rocket emoji, but really I want that to look like a folder so that visually I know exactly what's happening. So you can customize the icons of any Stream Deck key, and these can be set to images or even GIFs. You can, of course, set your own. So if you make your own, if you download them from somewhere, you can do that. You can also create a new icon using our key creator, or there's also a built-in icon library. And this library is expanded through the marketplace. So I'm just going to go in here and I don't know, we'll just select some, there's a probably folder icon. In fact, I can just search at the top of your folder and I don't know, I'll just do this blue one here so it's easier to see. So there we go. Now there's a little folder icon in blue. It's very visible. I can also adjust the text size here, so I'll make it sure it fits. Maybe I'll move it towards the bottom. And there we go. Now I have a beautiful downloads key that when I tap it, it just opens File Explorer. But okay, that's incredibly simple. So what about controlling something like Discord, Spotify, Wavelink if you want to take control of your audio? Well, that's where plugins come in. So what you'll want to do is head up here to this little marketplace icon here and click on this. And this will bring you to the Elgato marketplace. And on this homepage, you'll have a lot of our featured plugins, featured icon packs, and so much more. I suggest just heading right over to plugins, and you'll see a huge list of every plugin that's available for either Windows or Mac. It's going to be sorted by popular, so these are the most popular plugins here that you see, and there are tons. I mean, absolutely tons of plugins. And in this case, we're actually going to go ahead and get started with a Spotify plugin. So controlling Spotify and controlling music and audio in general is a great way to use Stream Deck. So if you know what you're looking for, you can also come to the top here and then search and type in Spotify, and then you'll see there's icon packs, there's even different plugins, there's profiles and more. I'm going to go ahead and use our own Elgato Spotify plugin. Click on that, and I'm going to go ahead and click on, in your case, if this is the first time you're doing it, you'll have to click on Get. In my case, since I've already done it before, I just click on Download or Open. And the beautiful thing is that it just immediately will install onto your Stream Deck. At this point, though, you now need to configure it. So what you'll see here is that Spotify will pop up inside of your plugins list, and then you can expand that, and you'll see all the actions that are available. So in this case here, I'll take the playback control, and I'll add it to this key right here. And I'll actually do another playback control and then another one. So why am I doing this? Well, I'm going to do, one of these is going to be play pause, and then the other ones are going to be forward and reverse, or like basically next track and previous track. The other thing you'll see here is that it says that Spotify is not running, which it should be running. I might actually need to restart Spotify for it to detect it. So I'll go ahead and just make sure that it is quit, and then I'll go ahead and open Spotify again. Okay, it needed an update. But basically what I can do here now is configure it. So I want this action in the middle to be play pause, and I want the action, previously on the left to be previous, and then I want the action to the right to be next. And there we go. So Spotify is now here. Let's see. I want to play it on this system locally. We'll go ahead and choose Stream Beats. I'm going to just hit play here. Hopefully there's no music coming through. I'm just going to go ahead and mute that just in case. But what you'll see is that immediately the icon of the music of the song is actually shown right on the device. Loud. Okay, I went ahead and muted that. Sorry about that. You'll see that the music is shown right on the device. And now I can go ahead and press like next song, and it'll actually show, the album artwork for the next song. And so on and so forth. If I want even more control, I can go in here and I could add shuffle or repeat, and I can even control the Spotify volume. So that's how easy it is to control music. It's literally just install this one free plugin, open Spotify, configure your couple actions here, and you're good to go. Of course, these also work beautifully on Stream Deck Plus. So for example, if I go to Stream Deck Plus here, I'm going to go to an empty page. And here with dials, it also looks really, really nice. So I'm going to take the multimedia action for dials. I'm going to move this onto one of the keys here. And then you can see I can choose previous next for the rotation or volume control. And you'll see right here on the device, it is actually showing the time and if shuffle is on, if repeat is on, the name of the song, and more. So that's Spotify control. So what about Discord? Well, I'll add Discord to this as well. In fact, at this point, I'm just going to organize this a little bit. So let's say we have our music here in the middle, and then we're going to have our Discord controls. So again, I'm going to go into the plugins list here, and I've already got Discord installed. Of course, you're going to need to go into Marketplace and download it for the first time. And once you have it installed, you'll see there's a ton of actions here for Discord. Things from soundboard to mute, deafen, voice channel, like joining a channel, and so much more. I think first and foremost, everyone's always just interested in mute, so we'll go ahead and add that to a key. Now what's going to happen is Discord here is going to request access, or rather the plugin is going to want to authorize with Discord. So you want to click on this. If Discord doesn't pop up, you might need to manually open it, but what you'll see here is that it just asks you for permissions. There's a lot of permissions here, and that's because Stream Deck does need a lot of these. Some of them it actually doesn't even need because it needs to read the info. It's just for the control aspect. Like these are usually covered. Like it kind of covers everything. So don't be alarmed by that. Just go ahead and click on authorize. And once you've done that, you'll see the icon here lights up. And now if I were to join a channel, in fact, let's see, we'll join, let's see, do we have like a test server? Yes, we do here. I'll join this server here. And I can now tap this key on my Stream Deck and you'll see it turns red and now I'm muted. And the nice thing is, well, of course, I'm also now muted inside of Discord. Because the majority of the plugins are using an API to communicate between the plugin and the app, the state will be reflected back on Stream Deck. So for example, if I unmute in Discord, it's actually going to unmute in Stream Deck as well, and it'll show that right on your key. This is different from a lot of other ways that you might control this because the control would be via hotkey, and hotkey states don't sync up. And so that is one way that you can, always keep an eye on if you're muted or unmuted, that sort of thing. So I'm going to go ahead and close Discord here. There's a lot more that we could do, though. So for example, we can also join a voice channel, right? In this case, I can choose a server. There's all of the servers that are listed here. We have Elgato, we have, I'll do join John Elgato, and it shows the server that I'm currently in. And then I can choose the channel as well as the icon style if I want that dynamic or static, because it can actually show other people that are in the server as well. So let's see. I can also, now I'll show you guys, we'll get this on a visual. Oh, okay. Let's see. We'll see if we can get you guys a nice visual of the device. Otherwise, we can move it in front right here. We have the technology to do that. Let me just move it here. Like so. There we go. And now I can just tap this key and I can leave the server or I can join it, which is pretty darn cool, right? And again, this is all API driven. There we go. This is all API driven. So when I tap on it, Discord's going to leave and it's going to reflect that on the key. And then I can join it, join in Discord here. And again, you'll see it right on the key. So this is super, super powerful. And again, this is kind of the core of Stream Deck's DNA, is that these plugins, they all work programmatically with the applications that you are using. So same with Spotify, Discord, whatever it might be. So, okay, we've got Discord here. Now, of course, some of the most fun things you can do are troll your friends. And so I'm going to go ahead and add 2 soundboard actions here. And what's really cool about this is that the soundboard action, it actually pulls in the soundboards that are already on Discord and in your servers. So you can see here, I don't even need to go into Discord to configure this. I can simply select an action or a sound just by clicking on it. So we'll set up Quack and we'll set up Air Horn. And of course now, when I tap this, it's going to play it in the server for everyone. So you're going to become everyone's best friend when you have a Stream Deck and you're using Discord soundboard actions. There's so many more things that you can control here, and there's so many more plugins. There's so many more things you can do. For these soundboards, though, you can see here I'm starting to use up a lot of my keys. So how would I go ahead and actually add more? Let's say I had 5 or 6 different actions that I want to use for the soundboard. How do I do that? Well, that's where folders come in. So folders, I can go ahead, right click on any key, In fact, I could actually right click on the soundboard one, and I'll go ahead and set and click on move to folder. And what this does is it turns that key into a folder the same way that you have keys or that you have folders in things like your Windows Explorer or Finder. I can go in here and I'll call this just SFX. And when I double click it in the StreamDeck software, I'll go into that folder, and now I can continue configuring actions inside it, right? I now have another full 14 keys here where I can configure different sounds and just get those set up quickly. I did golf clap twice there, but okay. We've got Microsoft. Oh, let's see what Discord's got going on here in their server. But you can see here, now I've got another 8 soundboards. And the great thing is you can do this control right from your device, right? So you have maybe your top level controls like music, joining a server, muting and unmuting. And then if you want to play a soundboard, you simply tap on the soundboard folder, you play your golf clap, and then you go out of your device like so. So it's really, really simple to set up. And you can make folders for everything. Any action can be put inside of a folder. And there was that comment earlier about, can you do folders within folders? And the simple answer to that is also yes. So when you're in a folder, you can also just create another folder. And you could have, 2 keys have folders on them, right? So at this point, you've taken essentially a device with 15 keys, and you have now expanded that beyond those 15 into virtually unlimited actions. There's a couple other ways, though, that you can also organize your device, especially if you have like a Stream Deck Neo with its 8 keys where there's a little bit less. And there's 2 ways to do this. There's pages and there are profiles. So pages, you literally can think of those like pages in a book. You flip back and forth. So you can create up to 10 pages just by clicking here. This creates a new page for you. And you'll also see that immediately we place page navigation actions right onto there. So you can just tap these and you'll start moving between the different pages that you have available. So, and actually I'll replace this there and then delete this. So now I have my page navigation on these keys here. And so you can literally think of this like kind of flipping back and forth. So you could have a first page for something, a second page, and those pages can, of course, have folders again. The sort of top level organization that you can do with a Stream Deck is something called a profile. And a profile you can think of a little bit like a save slot in a game, right? A save slot is everything, all the gear, all your progress, everything that you've done. A profile is a little bit like that. So you can go up here and under this profile menu, you'll of course have your default profile. You can also go ahead and create a new profile. That profile is going to be empty. There's going to be nothing in it. You can go ahead and also rename it. So I could say like, maybe I make a profile for streaming and I'll leave that on there. Now you can go ahead and configure it, right? Again, we can add some Discord soundboard actions, maybe mute. Maybe I'm going to go ahead and control OBS. So I've got my stream action here, and then I'll go ahead and add a couple scene actions in here as well. Maybe starting, ending, gameplay, camera, that sort of thing. And the beauty is that this is a separate profile from the one that I was configuring earlier, right? So all these other actions that we set up here, this guy, which might be for more general gaming, right? This is more casual. If I'm, not streaming, not recording, I just want to control my music, I just want to hang out and game, then I could use this profile. And then when I want to stream, I can switch over to my streaming profile. Profiles have their own pages and they have their own folders. And so that becomes your kind of top level organization. So as you can see, it's incredibly powerful software control here when using Stream Deck. You are not limited to just those like 15 keys or the 8 keys or even the 4 dials on the Stream Deck Plus. You can control and set this up in very dynamic ways. In fact, with profiles, it gets very interesting. I don't want to go and spend too much time, but there's even something called smart profiles where depending on the application that you have open, it'll actually switch those profiles for you. So we'll go back to the default profile here, and I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to select an application. In this case, we're going to do Spotify. And then for streaming, I'll select, let's see, you can either select a recent application or you might have to go in and find the app that you want to use. I'm just going to go ahead and select Chrome here to make this simple. So you'll see here that I've Spotify assigned to the default profile, and then I've got Chrome assigned to the streaming profile. And what'll happen is when I now switch to Chrome, it's actually going to pull up the streaming profile. Check that out. See, it automatically switched when I brought up Chrome. Now I'm going to bring up Spotify, and it automatically brings up that profile. So what you could do, what you can imagine here is you're using Photoshop, you're making a thumbnail for a video, and then you switch to Spotify and it switches your controls there. Let's say you go from OBS and you click on, I don't know, Social Stream Ninja to control your chat or something like that, then it switches. So you can have Stream Deck automatically switch what's on there based on the app that's currently in the foreground, which is really cool. So yeah, that's a very quick look, or when I say very quick, it feels quick for me. I'm sure that was many minutes for you guys, but that's a quick look at Stream Deck here. And there's a lot more that you can do with it. There's of course hundreds of plugins at this point. There are custom icon packs. There are profiles that you can get from Marketplace. And you can get really creative with how you lay it out. And the beauty is it's all about your setup, your control. My Stream Deck looks very different from Jasmine's. It'll look very different from yours. So
Did you go over multi-actions?
I did not cover multi-actions yet. That gets pretty advanced, but I can show those now. So one of the more advanced ways that you can use Stream Deck is with a feature called multi-actions. Now, with the Stream Deck, typically what happens when you press on a key is one thing happens, right? You press a key and maybe you mute in Discord. Maybe your music starts playing. Maybe you open a folder. But what if you want multiple things to happen? In the keyboard world, you guys might be familiar with the macros, right? This is a little bit like that. But we don't like calling it macros because it's actually much more powerful than that, right? A keyboard macro is typically just like I press Control, 1 and I do Control something else. With Stream Deck, any action can be chained together with another action. So let's take a look at how this works. I'll go back to my default profile here. And let's say I want to create a key that basically gets me ready to stream. So I'm going to right click on this key here and I'm going to select create multi-action. And you'll see it's almost like a folder interface here. At this point, you can drag and drop any action into this from any plugin. And these will be executed in order, so kind of top to bottom at pretty much the same time. So if this is a stream ready multi-action, the first thing I want to do is open an application and we'll choose OBS here, right? OBS. The next thing I want to do is maybe open, I don't know, let's actually do open website here. And we'll go to, I don't know, we'll do, twitch.tv, right? Like imagine you put in twitch.tv / your dashboard or your channel name. And then you also want to take Spotify and you want to start playing music because, well, you're going to get into your, starting soon scene. In fact, we've opened OBS, but what we also wanted to do, because this is getting stream ready, is we wanted to switch to our starting soon scene or our intro scene. So I'm also going to drag this on here. Now, for some of these actions, you do need that program open. So I'm going to go ahead and open OBS. And that will help me configure it. So let's see. We'll just add a second scene here. We'll call this starting. And we'll make sure that our original scene is selected here. And now I can go into this OBS action and I'll select starting. So what's going to happen here? OBS is going to open. It's going to open Twitch. It's going to start Spotify playback. And it's also going to switch to the starting scene. I'm going to also add a delay in here because this is all going to happen within like 1 second, which, OBS has to take a second to launch, right? It's got to open first, then you can switch the scene. So I'm going to add a delay here as well. And this is something that you can do. You can add delays between actions. So I'll go here to multi-action. I'll add a delay here. And I don't know, I'll just do like 5 seconds. That's probably a little bit long, but sure, we'll go ahead and do that. So all right, I'm going to close OBS. So let's take a look here, right? We're going to pause Spotify. OBS is closed. We're also going to close our Chrome here. So we're basically at the beginning. We're like, okay, cool. I want to start my stream. I'm now going to go out. Oh, let me title this start stream, something like that. Now I'm going to go ahead and tap this key here. And let's go back to the other scene. So you'll see OBS opened, and check that out. It automatically switched to the starting scene. It also, in the background, opened Twitch here. So I'm ready to go. And did Spotify start playing? Yep, Spotify is playing down here. So all of that happened within like 5 seconds just by tapping one key. And the thing is, you will know it's happening because these plugins are all programmatically talking with, again, like OBS, talking with Spotify, with the browser to open. So multi-actions are a very, very powerful way that you can add some automation into your setup just by tapping one key. So yeah, I'm sure there's been some questions at this point, so we should, I want to make sure we leave some room for those. Again, folks, right now, Stream Deck is on sale. Go to elgato.com. If you like what you're seeing here, we've got Stream Deck Mark II with 15 keys. We've got Stream Deck Plus with dials. We've got Stream Deck Neo. All of our different devices are on sale in some form or another right now. So head over to elgato.com and you'll see those.
So this is going to be a really fun one because we can actually like build out a setup for them. So this is a question from Cuz. As someone who is just starting to get into the Elgato ecosystem, what do you recommend to buy trying to stay under $1,000? So we could build them a setup and we could like put it in the cart and see
Sure.
if it's under 1,000.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Someone who's just getting into the ecosystem. My question there would also be, what do you do? Are you recording? Are you streaming games? Are you doing a podcast? What kind of content or what are you doing? Because that'll help inform, I think, the recommendations that we make here.
I agree.
So let's see. I'll make sure that our cart is empty. Look at that. It is. So yeah.
I think for now we can do like 2 options, right? We can do
Sure.
one for streamers and then one for maybe just a work from home.
So I think if you want a camera right away, I would start with the Facecam Mark II here, $99. It's currently 29% off. 1080p 60, full HD, looks really, really good. Great colors. We'll go ahead and add that to cart. The next thing is you'll want some lighting. So of course you could go with our key light bundle here for $1,000. I mean, actually, you know, if $1,000 is your budget, I might just add the key light bundle here. This is going to be like end game lighting. Like you probably don't ever need new lights again, at least for your like desk setup. So I'll also add these to cart here. So what are we at right now? We're at 369. Then we can choose an audio bundle here. I think price-wise, we could even do the, yeah, let's just do the Wave DX here with the with this audio bundle here. So it's Wave DX, Wave XLR Mark II, the mic arm, the cable, you get everything. So now we're at 650. So what you have here is really good looking 1080p 60 video, really good lighting. I mean, you're set on lighting with Wi-Fi control. You've got top of the line audio here with Wave FX processing through Wave DX and the Wave XLR Mark II there, and a great mount. So everything is included there. So you've got audio covered, video. I'm going to leave out a capture card just because in this case, I'm console capture, very specific. I'm just not going to add one. If you do want one, then just do let me know. I'm also going to assume you have a chair. Now we could, again, this is where a lot of this like personalization comes in. Like, do you need a chair upgrade? Then add a chair. Otherwise, I'm going to skip over the chair and we'll go right down to control. And in this case, we'll go ahead and add the Stream Deck Plus here to cart as well. In fact, I just made a little mistake. Did you catch what it was?
I didn't know.
I didn't add a dial set. I should make sure that I go ahead and choose a dial set. So what do we do here? I kind of like this purple one. So we'll go ahead and select that. Dials.
Chat, don't forget, remember, you get free like dials if you purchase a Stream Deck. You get a free faceplate if you purchase, you get a free dial if you purchase Stream Deck Plus, and a free faceplate if you purchase a Stream Deck. So make sure to click those options, otherwise it will not come.
Oh, somebody just got a pink dial set, and I saw another one. Oh my God, and a red dial set, Stream Deck Plus white. Okay, lots of cool stuff coming in.
Let's go.
It looks like the purple dial set is out of stock. What? Okay, well, we're just going to leave it like that. Imagine they were in stock. And then let's see what else. I think that's actually it for what we have today. So what you have here is a really, really great setup. I mean, this is, for most of you, I'd imagine you really will not need anything new for many, many years. Again, you've got your audio covered here with Wave DX, a great dynamic microphone. You get the cable, you get the mic arm low profile, and the Wave XLR Mark II, which is going to be powering that mic. It's got Wave FX processing. It's got a great, powerful headphone amp there, so you can plug your headphones in as well. Then you have the key light bundle here, 2 Wi-Fi controlled lights with the desk clamp. You are all set. You will not need new lights for your setup. In fact, what you could do is take one of these pointed at your wall, one of these pointed at you. That way you get some really nice smooth lighting, some bounce lighting. Then you've got the Facecam Mark II here with great 1080p 60 video. And again, combined with those lights, you're going to look so good. And then you have, for control of your entire setup, so that's going to be OBS if you're streaming, that's going to be Wavelink for your audio, that's going to be Control Center for your key lights. You can control everything from that Stream Deck Plus here. So you will have this, and we're not even at $1,000 yet. So there's a little bit of wiggle room if you wanted to add even more here. You could add that chair if you wanted to. That would bump you just up above that number. Or you could, go ahead and replace something here. Like you could get the Facecam 4K, for example, if you wanted to bump up that quality. Or you could even consider getting one of these prompter bundles here. So like if we remove the camera, actually, we still need the camera technically. But let's go with the Facecam 4K here. And then you could still get the prompter bundle, and let's see. Yeah, you're basically you have a lot of choices here. So either way, for $1,000 during Elgato week right now, you can get a lot of really, really great stuff and really be in that type of setup that you're not just like starting anymore. This is the real deal.
Agreed. And also I want to quickly mention too, because I think we didn't mention this earlier, but you will also get 20% off of Voice Focus and Wavecast. So in case you guys didn't know, if you guys are looking for something for a dual PC, Wavecast, if you guys are looking to even upgrade your audio even further, if you need Voice Focus. And Phil's gonna head over there right now. So using code Elgato, I believe it's Elgato Week. Yeah, Elgato Week, you can save 20% off on select products, including Voice Focus and Wavecast.
So Wavecast here, I actually clicked download. I already have it, but Wavecast here is a great option if you have a dual PC setup and you want to get audio from one PC to another. Then you can use Wavecast here. You install it on both computers, and audio goes over the network with ultra low latency. I would recommend a wired connection there for both computers. But yeah, this is awesome. So that's Wavecast. You can get that for 20% off. And then, of course, there's also Voice Focus. Voice Focus is a VST plugin that you can use to remove background noise, do echo and like reverb suppression. There's even a little video here that you can listen to see how it affects your voice. And this just sounds really, really good. It cleans it all up really nicely. So you can get 20% off here using the Elgato Week code. And this works on both Windows and Mac, inside of Wavelink, or even other applications that support VSTs. So you'll be all set there. But all right, let's get back to some questions. I'm sure there's more about Stream Deck.
Oh, there sure is.
Want to make sure chat gets those answered.
Next question is about Virtual Stream Deck by Frotzy. Do you get permanent access to Virtual Stream Deck if you buy a lifetime license for Stream Deck Mobile? Or do the 30-day limit thing for Virtual Stream Deck still count if you do not own a physical Stream Deck?
That's a very great question. So Virtual Stream Deck requires that you connect a paid Stream Deck at any point within 30 days to keep it active. This includes Stream Deck Mobile Pro. So if you have Stream Deck Mobile Pro, once every 30 days, just make sure that you at some point connect your phone to your computer, right, via Wi-Fi, and then you're good to go there.
And the next question is from PlayZ. Is the multi-action feature available with all Stream Decks, for example, Neo too?
Absolutely. So what I showed you there with folders, multi-actions, profiles, the key and icon customization, all of that works across all Stream Deck devices.
Awesome. And then the next question is going to be from, I don't know if this is possible, but from Dragon. Could you make a tutorial on how to shut a computer down by using your Stream Deck if you don't mind?
Funny enough, I don't think we have that as like a system action shutdown. I'm actually trying to think what would be the best way to do that. Maybe command prompt or even like a little script. Actually, yeah, I'm trying to think like it would open and then you run a script, or Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it is just you write yourself a little bat script and then you shut that down. There are, of course, also plugins that let you do this. So for example, there's a ton of utility plugins on Marketplace here.
Real quick, someone
yeah.
in chat says that the shutdown can be done with a bar raider action.
Yep, exactly. So that's what I'm
perfect.
talking about. So we go to I think Bar Raider has a WinTools. That's going to be it here. I believe WinTools here has that. So this plugin from Bar Raider, I'll go ahead and install it. It might already be installed. And once you have it, okay, I've already got it. Let's see, WinTools, Twitch Tools, and battery. Oh, maybe it's a hidden one. Ah, there we go. You can also hide plugins if you don't use them often or if you need to clean up your sidebar. But let's see, do we have that down here? Oh yeah, shut down, restart computer. So here we go. So WinTools by BarRaider has an action on Windows where you can just drag that onto a key and then you can choose if you want to shut down, restart, sleep, or hibernate, and also what the delay is after pressing it. Because if you press it, otherwise at 0 seconds, it's literally just gonna shut down. So that's how you do that. There is a plugin available. And I'm sure there's others as well. So
I also want a quick call out as well for plugins because some of the plugins that we do showcase, some of them might not be compatible with Mac or Windows or vice versa. And you can see that on Marketplace. So before you download it, if you want to go and show Phil, it'll show you whether or not it is compatible on Windows only or Mac only. So.
And that's up to the maker of
Yes.
that plugin, right? So that's not something we control. The maker, they can choose if they make a Windows and Mac or just one or the other.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. And then the next question is going to be from, we have 3 questions in one by Skyrap.
Okay. Oh boy.
First question, we'll answer the first one first. Why does Stream Deck have such a knee in its USB cable?
I assume what they're talking about is the Stream Deck Mark II. Maybe we can get a close up here,
Do you
actually.
want me to just grab a...
I've got it.
Okay.
I've got the cable here. So what I assume is the question is about the Stream Deck Mark II, and what we have here on the back of it, you can see there's this. This is the cable here. So the cable comes in, and then it's got that like 45-degree angle connector here, or 90, yeah, 45. This is so that it can lay flat on your desk, because when it's in the stand, it looks like this, right? So there you go. There's the Stream Deck Mark II in this case. And then if you want it flat on your desk, it comes down like that. If we had it pointing straight back and it was a straight cable, then there would really be no way to put it flat on your desk. So this is a really nice design consideration. If you wanted a straight cable and you did want to come out the side, like this, right? You could do that, but then you're putting an awkward bend into the cable, and then it's also not coming out of the middle here. It would be coming out more of the side. So it's just a little design consideration there.
Awesome. And then for your second question, they're asking, why does the Scissor Stream Deck have no exchangeable faceplates?
We actually did answer that,
We
right?
did ask that earlier, yes.
We learned, all of us together, we learned today that Stream Deck Scissor Keys does have interchangeable faceplates. So yes, it does.
It does.
Yep.
Yeah. So third question, does Stream Deck work on a Steam Deck?
No. So Steam Deck uses Linux under the hood, right? And Stream Deck does not, or is not supported on Linux. There was that promo video for the Steam Machine a while back, which showed a Stream Deck. However, I believe what they were doing there was actually running Windows on the Steam Machine, right? And same on Steam Deck. I mean, if you run Windows on your Steam Deck, sure, you can use your Stream Deck. But that's, yeah.
And then we did have a comment for you from Net over on YouTube saying, that was a very helpful demo of the Stream Deck. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm glad. It was quite surface level, and there's obviously a lot more that you can do with Stream Deck. So I really encourage you to check out our YouTube channel where you can learn a lot more. We also have our Elgato Explorer, which is where we host our blogs and guides and written tutorials, all of that fun stuff. We also put out tons of social content. And then, of course, we work with many great folks out there who make videos on how they use Stream Deck. So even just going on YouTube and searching for maybe something that you're looking for, right, like broadcast control with Stream Deck or Discord, whatever it might be, just go ahead and search. I'm sure there's content out there for you.
And then a question from Classy asking, I currently have a Stream Deck Mini, but the 6 keys are limiting me right now. I have a Stream Deck Mini, but I'm now finding the 6 keys a bit limiting. Would you recommend a Stream Deck Neo or the Stream Deck Plus? I use it for software development, graphic design, and gaming. I also have a Wave XLR and use Wavelink with it.
I would recommend very much the Stream Deck Plus.
I agree.
Stream Deck
Hands
Plus
down.
with the dials, especially since
Yep.
you said graphic design and gaming. So for graphic design, I don't know what you use, if it's Photoshop or Affinity or Figma, whatever it might be. You can use those dials to select tools to change things like the radius or the size. So there's something that's something you can do there. For gaming, again, you can do like volume control of either the game or your actually here, if you can just hand it to me, then that way I can. So right, Stream Deck Plus here with the 4 dials and the 8 keys. I would very much recommend this for you. It's going to be the perfect pairing to the Stream Deck Mini. You can have everything set up on there. So yeah, this is going to be the device I very much recommend. And again, there's a great discount on that right now. Oh, someone bought the Gallion Stream Deck Neo, the Gallion and Neo Keylight Neo bundle. Awesome. Well, if you're watching the live stream, congratulations. You're going to get an awesome keyboard with the Stream Deck in there, and you're going to get a new light. In fact, for those of you who are thinking about that, we're going to be jumping over pretty soon to a live showcase of the Gallion, which has a Stream Deck integrated with it, and we'll have Jonathan from Corsair joining us for that. So
I guess we'll
how are we
quick
looking
then.
on time?
Time
Should we get some
is
more
going-
questions?
I think we're probably going to questions. I think what we should showcase real quick now that we have the Stream Deck Plus out, if you want to go ahead and plug it in, we're going to go kind of a little speedy, Phil, here. We're going to showcase how to use Action Trigger, Action Reel, and the dial stack feature for Stream Deck Plus. Because we do want to, we got to, move on to the next segment shortly.
There's
You
just so
have-
much to talk about.
There's always so much to talk about streaming. That's the thing, right? Oh my gosh, I thought 2 hours was enough for us, Phil. I was like, 2 hours should be good enough for us to maybe go through a lot of the Stream Deck portion. Oh man, we still have so much to talk about. But all right.
So let's make sure we got that picture-in-picture again. And let's see, do we have our, yep, we have our Stream Deck Plus here. Let me make sure you guys got a good angle there with no reflections. Perfect.
Real quick, I did see Mikey say, I hate that I missed the beginning of this. No worries. There is going to be a VOD up on Twitch and on YouTube. We're multi-streaming to both platforms, so you can always just go back and rewatch it.
So real quick, I just want to showcase as well right at the beginning the what it looks like when you use dials. So the first thing is here we'll do Spotify and we'll go to playback control. I'm just going to move that onto, actually I should probably go here. Move that onto one of the dials, and now you can see what that looks like. I've got the dial control there, and if I rotate it, I can actually skip between different tracks. And then if I press and hold the dial, I'm trying to do this in a way that doesn't block it, it will actually adjust the volume. So you can see there as I hold, volume adjustment, and then let go, and it goes back to the track control. And then I can also tap on it to play and pause Spotify. So lots of controls all within one dial. Same thing with something like Wavelink, right? So if I want to, for example, control a channel level coming in, here we go. I can load up Wavelink, and let's see here. If I actually play Spotify, we should be getting, yep, we get some audio there. Hopefully it's not coming into the stream, but what we'll do here is we'll select Spotify, and you can see that's what it looks like on the dial there. So you can see real-time levels, and again, you can adjust those right here on the device. And look at that beautiful display there. You got this volume knob, this virtual volume knob, and then once you stop rotating it, it switches back to the level meter display, which is super, super cool. You can also, of course, control things like your light brightness, even just like system volume, and so much more. I'm going to go ahead and delete those. When you have a Stream Deck Plus in the software, you're going to see this dial tab over here. So all your dial controls are going to be here, including things in Discord like user volume. So if you do have that friend, it could be any user, a specific user, right? You can control their volume there. Let's say you have a light. I'll do adjust brightness here. We have a Keylight Neo connected. I can go ahead and adjust that. So this is what it looks like if you have a Stream Deck Plus. Now, Jasmine was talking about a couple different other features that you get with the dial. So here's a pretty cool one. Let's say you have a couple actions set up on the keys here, but you want to actually add those to the dials. Well, we have something in here called a action wheel. And you got to think of this a little bit like, you ever played GTA, or if you played Horizon Zero Dawn, where you bring up your weapon like radial menu and you select one and then you go, back into the game. You can create that on your Stream Deck with the dials. So you go in here, you create an action wheel, and you can add, I'm just going to drag and drop a bunch of actions in here. You can add a bunch of actions in, and what will happen is now, you'll see on this dial here, as I rotate it, it's like selecting which action, like a menu select, and then when you tap it, it actually executes that action. Of course, I've got nothing configured right now, but what you can do with this is you could have like, let's say, different emotes that you want to send in your chat, different messages, right? Or let's say you want to select different scenes in OBS and you just want to quickly have those here. You can, rotate between, okay, I want my starting scene, my BRB scene, ending, and then press it and boom, that scene becomes active. There's many different ways that you can use this, and you can add basically an infinite number of actions onto a dial. So that's one way that you can use it. Another way is something we call a dial stack. So this is actually going to be for actions that are on the dial, and this is if you want one dial to control multiple actions. So for example, let's say I've got a light here, like the key light, and I want to adjust the brightness and the color temperature. Well, typically you drag that action onto a key onto a dial, and you can only do that, you can only control one action. Here with the dial stack, you could actually control or set up multiple of these, and you have to think of these like layers. So at the top layer, we have adjust brightness, then we have adjust temperature, and then we have Discord volume control. Now I can go in here and I can tap on or press the dial, and I'm basically going through a selection, and now I can do my volume control, now I can do my brightness control, and then I can do my color temp control. So now I'm controlling 3 different things on one dial, which is really cool. There's one final action that I want to show, which is the, and I'll remove Spotify for this. This is called action trigger. And basically what this does is you can set each dial like rotation and press to a different action. So for example, if you want to turn your light off, that could be a dial press. If you want to, I don't know, in this case, play a soundboard, that could be one rotation, and then the other rotation, let's say, I don't know. So I'm just trying to think of something here. Play and pause control here for Spotify. Now I can go in, and when I press this dial, it's going to do the middle action there of turning on and off the light. If I rotate the dial counterclockwise, it's going to play and pause Spotify. And if I rotate it clockwise, it's going to do the Discord soundboard. So now one dial is controlling 3 different actions. And this is really cool if you want to use the dial with a program that where you use hotkeys, where typically dial actions wouldn't work. So those are some of the advanced dial actions that you can do with a Stream Deck Plus. Again, it's on sale right now. Get it at Elgato.com. It's super powerful.
It really is. And once more, you can purchase 2 accessories that comes with, or that's a separate purchase for Stream Deck Plus, which is going to be, let me grab it. USB hub.
And these are going to be available via the coupon that we have that's site-wide.
20% off, chat. 20% off.
So these go in the back of the unit. Basically, they replace the USB hub just goes right in here. It basically just slots in. The XLR dock actually remove the entire base. Do we have time to show this?
We do. Yes, we do. We do.
Okay.
Let's show them.
Okay, awesome. So let's start off with the USB hub, just because for that one, you don't have to replace the entire base. So this is the USB hub. You can get it for 20% off using the Elgato Week code on Elgato.com. And this is great if you are someone who, let's say you do video and photo editing, right, and photography, videography. This gives you more USB ports, and it gives you a SD card reader that's always available on your system. So we'll go ahead and open this up. It's got this really nice packaging that I always recommend recycling, of course. So like this, you got your little pamphlet there, and then you have your, it's also nicely wrapped. You have your USB hub. Go ahead and unbox this little ASMR. And this is what it looks like here. So you've got your USB ports at the back. There's two USB 3.0A, two USB 3.0C, and then you have the one that goes to your computer. That's the main USB-C connection, and you have a PD power input. Now, that PD power input is what you're going to want to use if you're connecting this to a laptop and you want to charge the laptop, or if you're using high-power devices connected to those USB ports. So how does this work then? Well, you simply take your Stream Deck Plus here, and I've got it here like so, and you take this and you just kind of slot it. Actually, you do need to take the base off. Okay, I thought it was a matter of just doing that, but you do need to take the base off. So it does slot in there, but at the bottom of the Stream Deck Plus, you have two screws here. So you simply take a Phillips head screwdriver and take those off.
And while he's doing that, once again, if you guys have any questions to chat, feel free to ask. I'll be queuing up those questions, and we'll be answering as many of them as possible. If you only need to ask it once because it's queued up, we do see your questions. If it's not getting answered, it most likely means that is a question that we cannot answer, and we want to use up all this time as much as possible to questions that we can actually answer you guys. So for example, questions about future potential products, or are you gonna make this? Are you gonna make this in pink, purple? Those are questions we're not able to answer, unfortunately. Or stuff like that. But yeah, also support questions too. If there's any support issues, please contact our wonderful team at Elgato Support, !support for full information where to find them.
Awesome. So I've got the base taken off here, and so now you take your USB hub here and you just connect it to the back. Like that. It kind of just snaps in right in that USB-C port. Something to be aware of, check this out. At the bottom here, there's actually a little bit of plastic film, and this is covering a adhesive pad. So to make sure that this stays in place and is nice and tight, there's actually a adhesive pad here. So you'll want to make sure when you get it, there's this little pull tab here, just pull that off. I'm not going to do it because we're going to reuse this, but make sure you do this when you get your device. You take this plastic off here, and then that sticks to the base. Once you've got this in there, you simply take your base here and you kind of put it back like so. And then I'm just going to do one screw for time reasons here to kind of keep that. Because you guys get the idea, right? You know that one screw, two screws, pretty simple. And there we go. So that's it. That's now a Stream Deck Plus, right? And a USB hub at the back that gives you two more USB A's, two USB C's, and on the side, like I mentioned, you've got that SD card reader. So you've got a micro SD and full-size SD card reader. And since this device is always connected to your computer, you always have that SD card reader ready, and you always have those USB ports at the back for connecting SSD. Could be another keyboard or a mouse, or whatever it is that you're connecting to it. Right into here. And of course, your Stream Deck kind of flows through this as well, right? So internally, it's kind of combining everything. I did see a question about power, and yes, if you connect, let's say you have a laptop and you connect the laptop to the USB-C here, which you would do anyways, then you have that second USB-C, and that one you connect to a wall charger that provides 65 watts or more of power. Then that power will go into the laptop and provide up to 65 watts to your laptop, which in most cases will keep it charged. So that's another nice little feature there. So that's the USB hub. You can purchase this using the code ElgatoWeek at elgato.com for your Stream Deck Plus right now during the Elgato week. So that's the first accessory. The other one, and this is the one that actually we have a deal on, a combo deal currently, is going to be the XLR dock. So this one is a little bit different in that it basically takes a Wave XLR and it puts it right at the back of your Stream Deck Plus. So again, I'm going to disassemble it here so we have it ready.
And then just a few quick questions here. I did remember to see a question if you can use more than one Stream Deck. Yes, you can use more than one Stream Deck on one PC or a laptop. Question from Slow Smokes: can two Stream Deck Minis and a Neo connect to each other?
To each other? I mean, they can be connected to the same computer and they can all work at the same time, but they don't really talk to each other that much.
But also, I connect my Stream Decks on USB Hub for Stream Deck Plus USB Hub, so I do have them connected together, if that's what you mean as well, for USB Hub.
All right, now let's take a look at the XLR dock for, again, Stream Deck Plus. So here, Same thing, gonna open it. Doing this in a cinematic way is always so tough. You guys have no idea. But we do it for the chat. Gonna move that out of here. And then again, same thing. It's all recyclable. It's all cardboard. Jasmine, I'm just gonna give this to you. And then you've got the wrapping here. It's like a sandwich or something, you know? And then this is your XLR dock here. And now you'll notice the form factor is a little bit different compared to the USB hub because this actually is the XLR dock and the base combined. So it replaces the entire back of the Stream Deck Plus. You get that one USB-C connection here, and that is, again, for powering the Stream Deck Plus. And then on the back, you have your USB-C from your computer, you have your headphone port, and your XLR connector there. And again, these are the same internals as are on the Wave XLR Mark II. So this has Wave FX processing on board, this has the ultra powerful headphone output there, and everything else that comes with it. So the way this works is you simply take the Stream Deck here, the Stream Deck Plus, and you just kind of align them, and then you insert that USB you can see there, and you just kind of connect it. It's got a really nice firm fit there, and then at the bottom you will insert the screws again. I'm just going to do one for the sake of time. So we'll do, and Sean, thank you so much. You're doing a great job following me here. I'm trying to make it easy. There we go. So now the screws are in, right? Both of them. There's also this little bit of plastic here. You want to take this off. This is so that way you get the sticky pad at the bottom. Because right now what'll happen is if you have your Stream Deck, you press it, it's going to move, right? You don't want that. So at the bottom, there's this little bit of a tiny bit of plastic here. You want to take this off, and that gives you that like or I guess just like a sticky pad, so that way it doesn't move. But yeah, now this is a really powerful device because what you have is 8 keys, 4 dials, that touch display there, and those dials can control, of course, the levels of that XLR dock. So control the XLR gain, you can control the headphone output, right? Everything that you would normally control through something like Wavelink, you can just do right on the Stream Deck. And your microphone is connected right here, as are your headphones, and it's all just through that one USB cable. So it's really, really nice compact setup for both your audio here and then all of your control for your entire system here at the front. The XLR dock and Stream Deck Plus combo is currently on sale. It's what you guys voted for. So you can get that at elgato.com. In fact, what's cool about that combo is I believe it ships with the units already combined together in the box. So you actually don't need to do what I just did. They'll come together in the box like this. And then you have everything there and you're good to go. Otherwise, if you have a Stream Deck Plus already or you buy it separately, then you can go ahead and get this unit, the XLR dock, on its own with that discount code and then connect it to your Stream Deck Plus.
All right, and then we do have a few questions. I just want to go to 2 questions really quickly before we move on to the next segment. Question from HW Freak. What about XLR dock and Stream Deck Plus XL?
So the official answer is that does not work. The unofficial answer here is that it can work depending on the type of USB port you use. The reason is that the Stream Deck Plus XL and the XLR Dock Mark II, they both draw quite a bit of power, especially the Stream Deck Plus XL with this massive amount of keys there and the displays. When you put those together, if you're using older or there's less reliable USB ports where the power delivery isn't as good, you know, you could get dropouts where basically both devices just aren't connected anymore. Because we saw that happening, we said, okay, we're saying it's not compatible. However, again, if you have a modern motherboard, a modern system, a modern Mac, that kind of thing, you are more than likely going to be okay. Again, our official answer is it does not work. The unofficial answer is it can work. If you do make that purchase and it works, definitely let us know on Discord, on Reddit, on Twitter, wherever, because someone else might also be looking for that info. If it doesn't work, just keep in mind that then if you need to send the products back, you are under that, you know, exchange return time period there.
And then a similar question, but they're also asking about USB hub, so I'm just going to bring this up. So we answered the first question just now, but they're asking if they can connect the Wave XLR to Stream Deck Plus XL and a USB hub via USB-C.
Yeah.
Yeah, so USB hub, yes, you can. And then Wave XLR to Stream Deck Plus XL. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Is it better to connect it directly to the PC? It is. It always is. So there's USB hubs are kind of like invisible to those devices, but There are cases where they can add latency. There are cases where they can add weirdness because maybe power isn't, whatever it might be. I do recommend, especially for something, it's usually your most critical things: keyboard, mouse, audio, right into your computer. Just connect it directly. If you have things like an external hard drive or something like that, okay, sure, that can just connect that onto a USB hub. But those things that you just want to make sure that they work 100%, have the lowest latency, etc., directly into your computer.
Perfect. Also, scratch what I said the first time because I completely misread the Wave XLR. I was thinking Stream Deck Plus XL and what we were just talking about, which is fine. No, the answer is what Phil said. Yes. Basically, the answer to your question is yes. And then the second part of what he said. So
yeah. Oh my gosh, a huge Stream Deck pedal, Cam Link 4K, Stream Deck Plus, and XLR dock. But wait, all in one per. Oh my gosh. That was like that $1,000 bundle that we just put together. Whoever you are, if you're watching the stream, you're awesome. I hope you enjoy. If you're not watching the stream, you're still awesome. I hope you enjoy, and I hope you see this at some point.
We also had a huge raid earlier, so thank you, Jim. We saw that, so thank you for the raid. But with that being said, let's go ahead and move on to our next segment. We have an amazing guest from Corsair. You might have seen before because he was on our Elgato stream as an intern during the intern Q&A a while back. But let's go ahead and cut to Neko Mickey's video on how she personally uses Stream Deck XL.
Yeah.
Did you know you can produce an entire professional grade concert on your stream with just a few simple tools? Hi there, my name is Neko Mickey. I'm a full-time content creator, VTuber, and classically trained singer. I've performed live, on virtual stages, and even on stream. And I'm here to tell you, you can too, and it's easier than you think. In this video, I'll walk you through how to put all of the pieces of a performance together using Elgato's Stream Deck, specifically Stream Deck XL, though any Stream Deck can work. As a VTuber, Elgato Stream Deck XL is essential whether I'm performing or simply streaming. VTubers use models that move based on facial tracking, but some of our best expressions come from toggles. I have all of those toggles set up on the main page here using the VTube Studio plugin from Elgato Marketplace. These toggles can come in handy for a concert. For example, your model might have a microphone toggle you want to use. For me, I have a dedicated dance toggle for instrumental breaks. But Stream Deck XL is more than just model control. We will also be using it to set up our entire concert. For this portion, I'll be using OBS, but feel free to use whatever stream software you prefer. Okay, we have our model, our OBS, and our Stream Deck XL ready. Now it's time to create all of our key concert actions. First and most important is sound. I always use at least 2 microphone sources in my OBS, my regular one for speaking and one with added effects for singing. After setting up your filters, it's time to create seamless mute and unmute toggles. Go to Elgato Marketplace for the OBS plugin. Drag an audio mixer action to your Stream Deck XL. Select the mic source and choose mute as the function. This lets me instantly switch between my speaking voice and my singing voice with 0 delay. Next is scene switching. We will likely have different scenes, like a starting soon screen and a main stage. Instead of searching for the correct scenes, put each one as a labeled button on your Stream Deck XL using the scene action. Now, what's a concert without a little mood lighting? VTube Studio has a built-in feature called visual effects. You can make different presets, like a subtle aura or a more vintage vibe, and save them as hotkeys. Making these hotkeys toggles on our Stream Deck XL means we can smoothly change the vibe of our stage to match any song. If you have other stream widgets you don't want on during a performance, like sound alerts or emote walls, you can turn these on and off at your leisure with the source visibility toggle from the OBS plugin. Finally, always have pre-recorded assets in case something goes wrong. Set each segment of your concert as a scene. To help save space on Stream Deck XL's menus, create a dedicated folder labeled Backup Videos. For my final setup, I've used the VTS and OBS plugins, plus the Twitch plugin, so I can run ads exactly when I want in between songs without having to open a new window to do so. I recommend checking out the rest of the Elgato marketplace for plugins I didn't cover as well. All right, you've got your mic settings, your scenes, your lighting, and your toggles all set. And no external audio mixer or complex routing is required. Stream Deck XL can handle it all. Good luck and break a leg at your show. And be sure to grab your own Stream Deck XL using the link below.
All right, and we're back. Thank you for that video, Neko. I'm probably gonna butcher it. Neko Miki, that was awesome. Thank you for showing us how you use Stream Deck. Very cool. You'll see there's some new, well, a new face on stream. I'm joined by Jonathan. Jonathan, welcome.
Hello.
Want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so hi everyone. My name is Jonathan. I'm tech marketing specialist for Corsair, more specific on the gaming side. So for example, keyboards, mice, headsets, mouse pads. If you do remember me, I have been on stream before. I was an intern for Elgato in the partnerships team. So been a while, but glad to be back.
So the OGs will know. Everyone,
Yeah,
everyone
the
here
OGs,
actually.
if y'all are some OGs, please say you are in the chat because that would be sick.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us. We have a really cool bundle available during Elgato Week. For the first time, the Gallion 100 SD together with a Keylight Neo. For those who are joining us from the website who haven't heard of it before, what is the Gallion 100 SD?
So basically, I'll show it actually over here. So Gallion 100 SD is basically Corsair and Elgato's first keyboard over here with a built-in Stream Deck. So you can see here, it's a full-size keyboard, just regular like your 100% keyboard. On one half, we have our full keyboard, which is what we consider a 10 keyless, so no number pad. And then actually on a number pad is a built-in Stream Deck. Very similar to your Stream Deck Plus, has 12 LCD keys, 2 dials, and a full LCD screen. But yeah, so this is just overall what the Gallion 100 SD is. Very great keyboard. So in the actual keyboard itself, we have 8K polling. So if you are those types of gamers who want that super fast response time, it's I believe 0.125 milliseconds, basically instant. We can't really notice that with our eyes. That's how quick it is.
Yeah.
This keyboard will have it. You also have our hot swappable MLX switches. So basically just any mechanical switch, it is hot swappable with 3 to 5 pin. You also have sound dampening with it. There's a lot in this keyboard. It's actually a really great keyboard if you are people that want to do gaming, productivity, anything like that. This is going to be the keyboard for you.
And so it really kind of is just a, I mean, I'm maybe underselling it, but it's like a keyboard and a Stream Deck in one, right?
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, overall, I mean, I think the keyboard, I've been using it personally. I love it. I've been using it a lot for work. It just kind of can meet any use case. If you're gaming, you could have anything set up for gaming. You also, just overall, the keyboard itself, it has that competitive aspect that could compete with all those types of keyboards that are out there. You also get the overall, my favorite part about it, especially keyboard-wise, is a hot swap. Anyone that gets a keyboard nowadays, they like to switch out their switches. They like to swap out the keycaps. This keyboard allows it. You're able to just overall, if you want, pop out the key switch, put in your own ones for mechanical switches. And it is pretty much compatible with anything that is 3 or 5 pin.
That's super cool. I am actually one of those people where I don't ever swap my keyboard, so I actually don't even really know how you would do it. But let me go ahead and mute that. There's currently a bundle for this. So the keyboard alone is $350, right? Because I mean, you get that premium keyboard, you get the Stream Deck there with the 12 keys and the 2 dials, and right now during Elgato Week, you can get a free Keylight Neo with that, I believe in black or white, if you go to Elgato.com. So you basically are getting a, what is that, $100 light for free. We've got that. I can hide behind it there. That's what the bundle looks like. You'll want to make sure you go to Elgato.com to see the pricing in your region. But yeah, you basically get a Keylight Neo and the Gallion, and that Gallion can, of course, then control that Keylight Neo as well. Let's take a little bit of a closer look, though, at the keyboard itself and some of the features. And let's start off maybe with the hot swap. So
yeah,
what can you do with that? And we also had some questions around what it sounds like. So we'll definitely also get into that.
Yeah, so we'll get into that. But hot swap is very simple. So as you see right here, I have this what we call like a little, I guess, keycap puller and switch puller. So this actually comes with a Gallion if you were to purchase it. I believe this is the exact one. So here we have it, and then we'll just walk through it. It's actually very simple. So I'll just use the escape key here. It's gonna be hard to show on camera, but I'll try my best. So all you gotta do, so this side is gonna be your keycap puller. You just put it in, it will go down, but when it goes up, I kind of hold it. You see on how it kind of goes.
It kind of latches underneath
Latches
there.
under it. So then all we do is pull out, simple, catch it, it will fall out. And then this side will be our switch puller. So just make sure to use this. And then it's very simple. So there actually is indents on the sides, on the sides over here. So you would just let it do that. And then it is a little bit hard of a pull, so you don't want to try to yank it out, you know, wiggle it. Takes a little second, but all right, this one is like really in there.
There you go.
So there we have it. So just literally pulled it out right here. You have your switch right here. This is what we call our pulse or our purple switches, just a linear Docky switch right here. But this is what we have. This is what comes in a Gallion already pre-made. But say you wanted to put another one, actually, I have some example of other Corsair switches right here. So here's going to be on the white one, or the silver is what we call our quantum. So another linear switch, and then the other one over here is going to be what we call our red, just another linear switch. So the main difference, the red is the generic, if you know about those Cherry MX Reds, generic switch. This is our Corsair version, very similar to it. And then the white one, our quantum, is just a Cherry MX Silver or the speed, so they actually have a faster actuation point. So when you are playing games, the quantum will be faster.
I was going to ask,
overall.
like, what's the difference in switches? Again, I'm someone where I just buy my keyboard and I just want it to work. If I want to optimize that even more, there are different switches here that change not only the feel, but the actual speed as well, right?
Yes. So how basically, we'll go a little technical wise. So how a mechanical switch works is that there's like a little pin built into it. So when you are pressing down, that once that pin retracts is what we would consider an actuation point. So after the actuation point, the key will actually activate. It's for mechanical switches, they are set at a certain point. So for some of them, usually 2 millimeters. Some of them are 1. Some of them might be a little like at 3. Is very dependent on the switch itself. But that's just overall what mechanical is. And the cool thing with mechanical, they're all built the same way, which is why you're able to swap them out per each one. It's just more the internal aspects where if one's faster, one is a little more clicky or has a little bump, that's different per switch, but they're all built the same way. It's very simple to actually understand. That's how mechanical switches work. There are other switches out there that are magnetic, that use lasers. Good thing with the Gallion, it's the simplest one, the mechanical one. And in my personal opinion, kind of one of the better ones, because mechanical is super easy to deal with. Or say you have a faulty switch that breaks, just get a brand new one, replace it out, super easy. Or if you have these other ones that are like the laser, the Hall effects, magnetic, they do break. Depending on some, you could swap them out, but a lot of the time you might need a new keyboard. So that is something to kind of keep in mind when considering a keyboard. But for the Gallion, it is full mechanical, so easy to swap out whenever you want.
Awesome. Okay. For the chat, as a quick reminder, if you have any questions about the Gallion here, make sure you use !Q and then you type your question. That will make it easier for me to see those questions and also go ahead and queue them up. So then I guess with the mechanical keys, the question is, what do they sound like when you actually type on them? What's that typing experience like? So how would you describe those? And can we also get a sound test?
Yeah. All right. So we'll try a best sound test, but I'll just wrap up over here. So actually with these 2 extra switches I have, I could just put them in the Gallion here. So all it is that you'll see right here, it's kind of hard to see on the camera, but there are two little like pins that are sticking out. So just make sure these are pointing towards you when you are putting it in. All you do is just point it towards you, clicks in, ready
Very
to go.
satisfying snap
And then,
sound.
yeah, very easy click in, and then just ready to go, and then you just put on your keycap back. So that's just basically how it is. But so for this one, we'll try to do a sound test. So we're gonna try our best to do it. So so here, this is what we call our quantum. Hopefully it's picking up. So that's our quantum that we have right here. So this is what is basically our speed that Corsair offers, and then in the Gallion is what we have is our pulse. So we'll do a sound test on those.
definitely a difference in the sound. They sound, I mean, again, I'm not a keyboard person, but they sound more like, what's the term, thocky? Or
Yes.
So,
So
the other one's more
that-
clicky, the escape key that
Yeah,
you just changed out.
exactly. So that is what our pulse are. So they are just a linear talkie. So when you hear it, it's gonna have that like talkie type of sounding, and even the feeling. If you want to feel it yourself, it does feel a little different. Where
Oh, yeah.
it's kind of like it's hard to explain, but like just more the restriction where the quantum has a little bit less of a restriction. It's a little more smoother. Where the pulse has, you feel kind of that click or that like kind of bump on the bottom, but it doesn't really affect your typing overall.
Gotcha. Okay, and then we have a question here. Actually, I'll bring this up from Frosty7. Are the keycaps on the keyboard ABS or PBT?
I believe these are going to be double shot PBT. It's just more the way that they're made. Typically for Corsair ourselves, we do a lot of PBT. ABS will kind of depends. It's usually more on the older keyboards now. We've been moving to PBT, but I believe it is more region specific. Some regions are going to be ABS, and then some are going to be PBT.
Okay. And then let's see. Okay, this one, Phil on the right now. How dare you leave your spot? Listen, sometimes we just got to change it up. We want to put our guests in the center seat here and can drive all the demos and everything. Yeah, let's see. This is an interesting one that just came in. Will Corsair offer ceramic keycaps for Gallion?
That is something I don't know, but I mean, if someone out there that does their own and they could just go on a regular mechanical switch, I mean, just could get them on your own, but I don't think we're ever going to do that.
Yeah.
That I know, yeah.
Okay. And then I guess the kind of similar type question, but here from Aaron Weasley, can you put on low profile switches?
So as long as the low profile switch is considered hot toggleable, you can. But my one thing to let you know is that it's kind of, I wonder if I could show it, but like on the Gallion, there's like little indents that for the switches itself. So it's kind of hard to see, but like there's like little indents that are built in. So as long as the switch isn't like conflicting with that indent and like the key could go all the way down, it should be fine. So yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Cool. So then let's see what else here. We have the you said there's the 8K polling, and there's a couple other cool features also around the lighting, and then also there's a new Stream Deck plugin. So what else do we have? Also, yesterday we talked about this USB thing. So there's a couple USB ports also, right?
Yes. We should probably talk about that. So there are, I don't know, sorry, Sean, I'm making Sean work over here.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah. So on the back here, there are two USB-C ports. So there's one, I'm trying to see. So this one will be more for... Yeah, this one will be for the actual keyboard, and this one's a Stream Deck. I believe there actually are indications on the back. And then also over here, as you see, there is a pass-through. So since you are using two USB-C ports, we do offer another USB-C for you. And you can just plug in anything. It's just a regular USB-C. Obviously, nothing super high power drawing, but just a typical, like I believe you could just do like a mouse charger, a phone charger, anything like that should be able to connect and will power on. But yeah, you do need it is recommended to plug in both, one for the keyboard, one for the Stream Deck, just because overall, we already know Stream Deck already does a lot of power, and the keyboard itself, since it is 8K, it is more on the higher end. It does, that is why we recommend using both USB-C cables.
Yeah, and I just love that pass-through. I mean, it's nice to just always have more USB ports.
Yes.
So that is awesome. Actually, I have a question for chat. If you guys have a keyboard that has, some like either swappable switches or anything like that, what's your favorite switch type? And do you have one? If not, then hey, now's the time to potentially check it out with the Gallion 100 here.
Yeah, I will say.
I guess what's yours?
I will say my favorite one recently has been the Quantum, so the gray one I was showing earlier.
Yeah.
I use that on my personal, so that's actually where I got that switch from.
Very nice.
I ripped it out of my didn't rip it, but I used this out of my personal keyboard at home. So I'm missing an escape key right now, so I cannot forget that.
Oh boy, yeah. You get home and you're like, hey, where did that go? I'm trying to think. I don't even know what I use at home. I mean, even the keyboard, I would need to check. It definitely doesn't have. It's not a Gallion though. I do want to get one, but
you gotta get it.
I know, right? Okay, let's see here though. Linear witness protection says a linear switch.
Yeah,
okay,
linear. So that's basically what this is. Linear, just straight smooth. There is also other ones that are tactile. So We don't have that for us today, but when you press, there's like a little bump that you'll feel. We do offer one of those, which is our yellows. What James said, I believe that yellow is a tactile. I don't know a lot of switches off the top of my head. There's a bunch of them, trust me. But yeah, there's a lot of them.
Awesome. Okay, and then I saw someone else had where was that? Not James. Okay, James. Gatoron KS3 Milky Yellow. Okay, that's very precise. And then Shiva Dylan says prefers tactile. I think that's what these technically are, right? I mean, all of these would be considered.
I believe the Gatoron Yellow is tactile. I'm not 100% sure. Don't take my word on that. I like Apple Freak here. Cherry Speed Silvers on the K95. Those used to be my personal favorite until the Corsair ones.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Cool. So you have the Stream Deck and you have the keyboard, and there's stuff that you can configure. Stream Deck is going to be the Stream Deck software, and we'll be showing that in a little bit here. But let's say someone gets their Gallion with their Keylight Neo, remember, on sale right now, Elgato.com. Let's say you pick this up. How would you go ahead and customize your keyboard, and what does that look like?
Yeah, so actually, I believe I already have it pulled up here. So for Corsair and the Gallion, we use what we like to call a Corsair Web Hub.
Scoot over just a little bit and then make
Over
the
here.
window smaller.
Window smaller? Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
just a little bit. There we go.
Like that?
Perfect.
Is that
Yep.
good? Okay.
Now we can all see it.
All right, thank you. So this is Corsair Web Hub. So as you heard, there's Corsair IQ, which is basically our application that you download. It's our own software. But for the Gallion, we use our browser-based Web Hub. So what the cool thing with Corsair Web Hub, you don't actually have to download any software. You literally just Google Corsair Web Hub. It will probably prompt the firmware update, which is another website. It's a very quick process. Just make sure you always update your Gallion. You never want it to be behind on an update, just so it's always working smoothly, always up to date. But just in Corsair Web Hub, it's very simple. You'll make any changes, it will save automatically to the keyboard itself and happens in real time. Cool thing. So no more having to use a keyboard based off of software. Say the software crashes.
So it's all
doesn't
saved
turn
on
on.
the keyboard
Yep,
too, right?
exactly.
So once you do everything here, you can close the site again and you're good to go.
Yep, exactly.
All the lighting effects, and there's even some presets, right? That once you load them onto the keyboard, you can like switch between.
Yes. So we'll kind of go through that, but we'll just kind of walk through it for the actual Web Hub. So here you see we already on our lighting effects. There's a bunch here. So you have Horizon, which is kind of the main one. Just kind of goes through the rainbow, or kind of just goes through the colors. So you kind of see an example on the screen right here. Static is very self-explanatory. You just choose one color, it'll stay like that. Watercolor, which is another one where it's like kind of just like I don't know how to explain it. Just the lighting,
like an explosion effect.
Yeah,
Almost.
that's the best way to explain it. It's like explosion. You have spiral rainbow, where just rainbows in a color. So all these different ones, and then very simple. So we'll just look at Horizon. You even have the ability to change the speed of it. So if you wanted to go through the keyboard very slow, you can. You go a medium or at a fast pace. You even could choose direction. So currently we're going from left to right, right to left, up, down, 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 up, and then up, down. Then even static. So here, if I want to change the color of static, I scroll down even more. You can actually change the actual color you want. So if you could even go here through the hex code. So if you know your hex codes, actually that's very important, because if you love a certain color, just put in the hex code.
I'll give you
We'll
one.
update.
1951
Okay.
FF.
Wait. 1951 FF.
Yep,
What
that's
is
like
this?
Elgato blue.
Oh,
or
nice.
Deep Elgato blue.
You
Yeah.
see, I don't know Corsairs off the top of my head. But yeah, so you have these, and then you even have one where like if you're typing, the colors will even have it. We'll have it. So like you see here.
Oh, that's
typing.
fun. Mhm.
Yep. So there's a bunch, and then also the cool thing is that as you see here, everything's highlighted. Say I wanted to do, we'll do static. I want to do half the keyboard one color. I literally drag it. You see what's highlighted will be, what was the hex code?
1951 FF.
1951 FF.
Yep.
So if it takes a second to update, but you see there, half of it is blue.
Let's see.
And
Can we get Sean that angle? I don't know if we.
it should be fine as long as we don't unplug everything.
Oh, there we go. Yep.
here.
We can kind of get it in there. Yeah. So you can see
that
one
good?
side has the colors on and one side doesn't. So you
Yeah.
can customize that all separately and individually.
So we have half, and then the cool thing is that if well, I have to press control. So the cool thing as well is that say you hold control, you could actually select different keys. So I could start adding like the bottom row to all blue. Like I said, it takes a second to update, but there you go. So it's all there. And then if you want, what's the cool thing is that you could actually set multiple colors to different keys. So we've done it, and you've probably seen it in a couple of photo shoots. When on our socials, where like one section of the keyboard will be like a blue, and another section will be like a yellow, just to kind of keep up with the themes that we do. So it's actually very, very simple. Takes some time, just to get used to, but once you get the hang of it, it's very simple.
So outside of the color customization, there's also the ability to do even more with the individual keys, right?
Yes.
And then also flash tap.
Yes. So we'll go into what's here, what we call our key assignment. So even though it's a full keyboard, typically people don't do the need to swap keys. But if you really want, especially like say you have your home, your page up, your page down, not everyone uses it. It depends on your situation. But say I don't want my page up, I could actually select it. And then I could, if I want to go here, I can make it A. And then now it's loading, takes some time. If I press it, it'll actually be A. So
That's very cool.
we'll go here. You see, I'm pressing it, just
So
typing A.
Technically, the entire thing is remappable.
Exactly. So you could actually remap it. Some things that I've done with my Gallion that I use, I actually put my media controls. So when I'm listening to music or anything, you could just switch them here. You also could do mouse buttons. So if you want to like a left click or right click, you don't have a mouse, set it up. You have keystroke. So this one could actually it's more like a combination of keys. So if you want to do a macro or something, you also have another macro, which is could do even more. And then you can even do copy and pasting text. So if you have an email or something that you like to type out a lot, you literally type it there, set it to a button, press a button, it will paste it. So,
Super cool. And then lastly, we have flash tap there.
Flash tap. So flash tap, it's a very great feature. So basically is a more competitive feature that we are able to offer on our keyboards, which is very nice. So basically what flash tap means is that when I'll activate it here, it means that when I'm pressing A and D, if I'm holding D and I press A, I would actually automatically stop in game and then start moving A. So if you're playing those games like Counter-Strike, Valorant, where the tap strafing, which is when you're moving left to right very quickly, is very important. Having something like this could basically give you an in-game advantage for free built into the keyboard, where instead of just having to kind of time it on your own, you literally do it with the keyboard. It does it for you. You get instant, basically 100% accuracy, making you better in game. So it's just kind of like a free cheat code.
Yeah. Although some games don't like that. So you do need to, and the thing is you can toggle that off, right? You can toggle it on, you can toggle it off.
So so you literally, as you see here, activate flash tap, you literally turn it off, turns off. If you leave it on, it will actually highlight yellow on the keyboard, or you can set your color. So if you want to do that blue, you can. Usually you want to do something that's opposite of what you're doing at the current moment. But flash tap is a really nice feature, and you can set it to different keys. So if I want to do W and S, you just do that, and then you literally could just type it or select it here.
Forward, backwards,
Yeah. And then you also have different priorities. So last priority is kind of the default one, where it prioritizes the last key press. First priority will, if you're just holding a key, it will always stay on that hold. It won't change. And then neutral is if you press any two keys, or the two keys, you'll just stop, and then nothing will happen.
Super cool. Could you do me a favor and go to Elgato.com? Let's take a look at that deal again, and then we'll start getting into the Stream Deck portion of this, because we've got some really cool stuff there.
All right, where are we going?
Yeah, if we just scroll down on this page. So if you guys are looking for this deal, just go to Elgato.com, and then we also have, you can just scroll down here, or there's also, I think on the left side, like a table of contents kind of. If you go down there to Stream Deck, you'll be taken right to all of these fantastic deals that are going on right now. And there it is. There's the Gallion 100 SD and Keylight Neo. So you do get a free Keylight Neo with your Gallion. You can choose a white or a black Keylight Neo. And then, of course, you can control that and the rest of your setup with the Stream Deck integration there. In fact, there was a question already. I want to take this one, which is from Tony TM, who is quite the regular here. So IQ is not required for Stream Deck functionality on the Gallion.
So yes, you are basically correct. It is not required at all. We actually recommend and only use WebHub at the current moment. Like we just talked about WebHub, just the overall benefits is just a lot better, saves instantly. You don't have to rely on IQ. There are times, say IQ crashes, you lose your lighting, or like say your mapping of your keys, they could get kind of lost until you reopen IQ. Webhub makes it a lot more simple, no more having to download the software, anything like that.
And on the Stream Deck side, it's just the Stream Deck app. So if you were here, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, and you saw all that Stream Deck functionality being shown, then it's the same Stream Deck app. And it's really nice. You just have that layout in there. Actually, we're going to have James coming on to talk to you guys a little bit more about that and how that works. Should we take a look at the one of the cool things, though, is the Corsair Control plugin.
So yeah.
So let's take a look at that
So-
and what you can do there.
Well, we have here, so we're actually already on the Stream Deck app, which is nice. We'll go to our Gallion 100 SD. Is this the one? Oh, yeah. And then I believe it was this one. Or was it Elgato week? I don't remember.
I don't know if you already customized one. I'm
Here,
not
we could
sure.
just do a new one because I don't remember. So yeah, so we'll just make a new page. Very simple. So it's just another plugin that you could download. It's called Corsair Control. So we'll type it in here, Corsair Control. It's already downloaded on this computer, but very simple. So what Corsair Control is you're able to control everything that we discussed in Webhub on the Stream Deck now. It's a very nice plugin, super easy to download. So say you had different profiles, literally drag and drop over here. We don't have a set profile, but if you had other ones, you can have them here. You literally press a button, it'll cycle them through. There's also themes that are like you talked about that are already pre-built. So if you press it, it will actually change the overall theme and the color of the keyboard. So you saw I press it and look at it now.
Yep. Oh yeah, there you go.
And then you can even have your flash tap settings. So if you want to activate flash tap and deactivate it, you press it. So this is deactivated. Press it again, activates. You can even change your settings itself. So we already had WS, but say I wanted to have 2, so I could just change it per game. I could do A and D.
And so
now,
what's really cool about this
Yeah.
is this is a lot of the same functionality from Webhub, but it's right inside
Yes,
the Stream Deck
exactly.
plugin. And since it's Stream Deck, I mean, you can just control your keyboard kind of on the fly.
yeah, exactly. So you really don't need to open Webhub. Actually, open it the first time to update the firmware. But after that, you don't have to open Webhub again. And then you literally control it, set it up. I actually just have a page of every single option here. So like we have our flash tab, we have that. Polling rate, if you really want that 8K, you can set up the 8K. If I press it, it will go to 125. Or you can even go back to the 1K as well. Very simple, very nice. You could control keyboard brightness. This is the lock keyboard key is just Windows lock. So when you're in game, if you don't want Windows to kick you out the game, you can set it up on the Stream Deck. Very simple.
Super cool. So we're actually coming up at the end of our time here. Thank you so much for showing this Gallion to us and the plugin. We're going to, in our next segment, talk even more about what you can do with Gallion and Stream Deck when you're in-game and also beyond the game. Jonathan, any last thoughts about anyone who might be thinking about picking up a Gallion today?
I would just say just grab it. I mean,
you
get a good deal. I mean, I want a free key like Neo, honestly. That would be pretty nice.
In fact, you're being lit by one right now, right there. You have
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a really great keyboard. If you really think about it, it's just a Stream Deck Plus built in with basically a Vanguard 96 keyboard. Both of them total $400. You save yourself $50 if you get it. But overall, the keyboard is really nice. It saves you a lot of desk space, in my opinion. Having a full keyboard and another Stream Deck will take up a bit amount of desk space. You also don't have to worry about USB ports because we talked about, you get the extra USB. But overall, great keyboard. I love it personally, and I do recommend getting it if you do want to try it out.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Stay tuned, though. We're about to head into our next segment where we're going to show Gallion in-game. In the meantime, we do have a video from a creator here who, let's see, it is going to be, what video do we have? What was it? Modern Chaot. They have a video for us. So we'll take a look at that, and then we'll be right back. Thank you so much for joining us, John.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to take a trip with me? I love flying the Airbus A320 in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, and my Elgato products make it even more fun. Hi, my name is Modern Chaot, your glitchly captain on this flight. And if you like airplanes like me, you know that immersion is everything. And that's why my cockpit relies on 2 handy Elgato products. First, the Elgato Wave Mic Arm Pro. Turbulence has happened, especially on my chaotic flights, and this arm will keep my audio as steady as can be. It's clamped to the side of my desk, and it stays where I need it to be, whether it's in front of me while I'm streaming, or just in the right spot to make an announcement that you should be fastening your seatbelts and putting out your tray tables because we've got places to go, and you better get moving or else. And it doesn't take up too much space either. Plenty of space for me to put on my throttle and my side stick, and even a tablet with charts, so you and I don't get lost on our destination to... Hey, does anyone know where we're going? Now that we're in the air, how about I show you the other part to this? The Elgato Stream Deck Plus. I use a plugin called the Pilot's Deck to connect it to the sim. Instead of moving around the cockpit with my mouse, I simply turn the dials on my Stream Deck to set my altitude, my heading, vertical speed, and then select the key to enabling autopilot. And then I can use the keys to also trigger the fasten seatbelt sign. Have you fastened them yet? I swear to. Or, if it's a late night red-eyed flight, I can simply change the cabin lights without a flash. With that being said, let's turn off the autopilot and get ready for landing. Come on. Okay, maybe that was a bit harsh, but hey, any landing you can walk away from, right? And make sure you pick up both the Elgato Wave Mic Arm Pro and the Stream Deck Plus on the onboard shop. Happy flying.
Awesome, and welcome back. Thank you, Modern Chaos, for showing us how you use your Stream Deck Plus and Flight Simulator. Of course, if you guys are new and just tuning in now, we're talking about Elgato Week. You don't want to miss these deals. You want to catch these deals real. And
Did somebody say catch these deals? Bum bum bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum.
We also have, obviously, here, Brito, a familiar face you guys are used to and seeing in chat.
Gonna leave me hanging. Hello, everybody. We are going to talk about leaving me hanging. Like we're doing so good, and then here I am just waiting for my high five.
I just saw from the corner of my eye last second. I'm over here paying attention to a Twitch chat, so I apologize.
True. Hello, everybody. We are now going to go into the Stream Deck features of Gallion. Everything that we're going to show you, minus obviously the Gallion specific features, you can do on any Stream Deck. And while we're doing that, make sure to ask all of your Stream Deck questions in the chat. If it seems simple, if it seems advanced, it doesn't really matter. Ask them anyways. We're here to talk everything Stream Deck. If there's anything you'd like to see us demo, let us know, and we will do our best to try to get that demo set up for you. So cool.
I will say, of course, I definitely appreciate Burrito's fit for the last couple of days here.
Colorful.
Even said, I don't know how much colorful stuff you have, but I think we're getting down
This
to
one's
the last...
also borrowed from my boyfriend too. I got two to start, and then I borrowed these two, and honestly, I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, but I may need to go to the mall.
Oh, me too.
I'm running out of colorful things.
Me too. I was also making sure I wear something bright today. I knew Brito was going to wear something colorful, and of course, sure enough, she did. But yeah, let's talk about Gallion. There's a lot of different things we want to showcase for you guys today. So first we're going to talk about just setting up on the Stream Deck side of things, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Perfect. So let's get over here to the demo PC. Of course, Jonathan did a good job talking about everything you need to know about the keyboard side, but now we're going to talk about the actual Stream Deck portion of it.
Yeah, and especially the games.
Yes, exactly. One thing I did see earlier in the chat is if the firmwares are the same for the keyboard and Stream Deck, they're actually different. So just like any other Stream Deck, what you'll do for the actual device itself is you'll actually go into the settings and device, and you'll be able to update the firmware as needed for the Stream Deck portion only. Just to make sure I covered that question I saw earlier in chat. But let's actually go through what you can do with the Gallion portion of it. So one thing you might notice is there are actually the screen right here on top of the actual Gallion itself. What this is, if you're used to Stream Deck Plus, is very similar, where you'll be able to drag and drop dial actions onto this. So one thing that's really cool about this is there's actually 4 quadrants on the actual screen itself. So if I did something simple as we'll do brightness here, and as you see now, there's the second half is covered with 2 different actions. So then if I drag them over here on the other side of it, you now have a total of 4 actions here. And the way it works is very simple. So as you might notice, there's a little white outline to indicate what current plugin you're currently using with these dials. So since there's only 2 dials, what you will do is I don't know if we can actually do a zoom in on the dial itself, but if you actually just hold a dial, the screen will change. As you see, there's a little outline to indicate which action you're currently using. So then from there, you'll be able to tap it to activate the action itself, or of course, depending on the dial. So in this case, brightness, I can go in here and increase the brightness of the actual Stream Deck keys by just physically rotating the dials here. The screen itself is not touchscreen. One thing nice about that, though, for it not being touchscreen, is you don't accidentally touch the screen when you're touching these dials itself. So you do have to press the dial to activate these different actions. And then, of course, in Stream Deck fashion, you'll be able to customize it as well. So you can put different kind of backgrounds as need be. These are just the default ones currently on the software itself. Or obviously, you can add your own background as needed by just simply clicking on the background. I actually need to delete an action, or no, right click, sorry. And then you can open and use a different kind of background as needed from set from file. So, of course, what's nice about that is it's just very similar to Stream Deck Plus. You can change the background based off the page itself. So something that's really nice that I've actually really appreciated on the Stream Deck Plus and Gallion is you can change the background as needed and set it. I set it for both the same there. Or does it actually?
No,
there we go.
Yeah,
Perfect.
it's accidentally the same.
I just like purple a lot, so I honestly just default to purple. So, but that's how you actually use the actual touchscreen, or not sorry, touchscreen, the actual dials itself in that portion of Gallion. And similar to Stream Deck Plus, is you can actually do all these different kind of like action wheels, action trigger. So what's nice is if you're looking to change pages, sort of a pro tip. If you're looking to changing your actual pages here, you can actually I want to do an action trigger to be exact, is I can actually switch to pages here. So I can go previous page, next page, or go to a certain page, or even let me know what page I want. So in this case, usually what I do is set the first page to be my home page. But then of course from here, I can right click it, pin this action. So pinning it is something that will allow it to stay on every single new page that you see here. So I have 4 different pages or 5 pages. And now I can rotate between pages by just having this one dial. So even though you can't swipe on the actual screen itself, you can actually still rotate pages by simply just setting it as the action here. So, which is a nice little touch that I personally like. One thing too is, of course, we're going to cover more of the gaming side. So if you guys are not aware, with Marketplace, we actually have, to honestly, it makes it really easy. If you go to the profile section in Marketplace, you can actually choose a certain device. So in this case, we'll go to Gallion 100 SD, and you can find a range of different gaming profiles already made for Gallion. I'll do a demo of the Helldivers 2 stratagems here in a bit, but you can see there is a range of profiles already made, and of course more being made almost every single day, which is really nice. So we got anywhere from like Escape from Tarkov, Gray Zone, Star Citizen, of course, from a range of different actions to World of Warcraft, and even of course, even beyond gaming, just other kind of profiles like CapCut, Canva, and Chrome, etc. So going back into the software, so I know we did a lot of demos already regarding Stream Deck, but I'm curious, I'm going to do a pause here. And is there any questions regarding some of those functionalities that we just covered? I don't know if I missed anything, Brito, there. Any questions regarding the Gallion portion of those, like the dials or the way that behaves?
I have questions about the USB connection specifically.
Okay.
Kraka asks, do you have to use dual USB to get the keyboard and Stream Deck on the Gallion to work?
No. Yes, you do. You want to, actually, I apologize, I got corrected. Yes, you want to use both just to make sure you don't have any kind of weird issues. But yeah, it's recommended that you have both connected.
All right. And then we have a question also from Krakow who says, sadly, my USB is limited on my stream PC. Could they use USB dock on their Stream Deck for the Gallion?
On the keyboard itself, I mean, it could, depending on your devices, but I would highly recommend for the keyboard to directly connect it for best performance. It really comes down to your particular motherboard in a lot of cases. I mean, you can give it a go, but once you start putting more resources, you may notice a little bit of lag potentially. It really comes down to your actual build. So something to definitely keep in mind.
Yep.
Never hurts to try, but yeah, definitely put it under load and see if it works out for you. Otherwise, it's going to be best to just connect it directly.
Yep. I have a super quick question. I'll answer from Geo. Can you zoom in with Facecam 4K using the knobs on Stream Deck Plus? Absolutely. You sure can. That just uses the Camera Hub plugin. It's super easy to set up. You can also use the dials to adjust other things like brightness, contrast, saturation. Yeah, super easy.
Yeah, that's one
You can
thing.
even demo that on the keyboard.
Yeah, and so that's one thing that's really nice about our products and software is if it's something from Elgato, you'll be able to control it from Stream Deck always, which is really nice. I really like. So yeah, if I actually, we can actually demo that. So let's go into what you'll do. You'll simply type in Camera Hub. You'll have to make sure you have the plugin itself and the software. You'll go into Adjust Camera. We'll just drag and drop that onto the key itself. Then of course we need to make sure we open up Camera Hub. So once that loads, you'll be able to adjust the different functionalities. So with the software loading up there, what I'll do is try to all angle it in a way that we can see both. I don't think the camera is connected currently, actually. So camera is currently not connected from the looks of it. So we'll get that. We'll have to come back to that, and we'll get that. Actually, you know what? I'll do it live.
In the meantime, I will also answer another question. Cusco this is a big one. Are you ready? Boom. They're back to building their $1,000 creator setup. They already have a camera. Awesome. The current plan is Stream Deck Plus, USB hub, Wave 3 low profile mic arm, 2 key lights, Gallion 100. That's awesome. They're mainly going to use it for streaming, YouTube, TikTok, IG, editing, and in the future podcasting. They prefer a clean setup and keeping the mic further out of the frame. Would you recommend Wave 3 or Wave DX and Wave XLR dock for the best balance of simplicity, clean framing, and long-term scalability? If you want a cleaner setup and you also would like to keep that mic further away, I'd personally recommend Wave 3 because then you don't need XLR dock, which, I mean, in that case, you're bundling it with a Stream Deck Plus. So that's fine, but you already said you have a USB hub. So perfect. You'll have that USB hub on Stream Deck Plus. You don't need another Stream Deck Plus to get an XLR dock. You don't need Wave XLR. With Wave 3, you will just be able to it's a USB microphone. It connects straight to your computer. So I would personally recommend Wave 3 for that. And yeah, with that, you'll have a very complete setup. It's going to look great. You have lighting for your camera, your existing one, which is awesome. You're going to have, like you said, the Wave 3 with the low profile arm. I think that's a perfect combo. I've been using that for a long time. The only thing I'd upgrade if you have a little bit more to spend is honestly, I'd get Wave Mic Arm Pro maybe. But I mean, then you would need to use the coupon code. I just really love Wave Mic Arm Pro. Yeah.
Perfect. So we're good now. We can switch back to the demo PC here. So what that would look like now, since we have our camera here connected, right? We have Facecam 4K. So now, since I have, let me just start off fresh again. So what we'll do is adjust camera here. It automatically detects our cameras. If you had multiple, you can change and select which one you would want to adjust. We'll click on zoom. And then now, if I just simply bring in the software here and rotate the dial, you can see that I'm adjusting it as zooming in and out as need be. I'm actually curious if I actually, I did not mean to click on that. If I hold it, no, that's not reset. I was curious if it would actually reset if I hold that dial in. But then what's nice is you can actually, of course, so then what I could do is I can put the adjust camera on here on the second portion of the screen. And then I can do tilt as well. So if I wanted to do some tilting, I can adjust the step size, which is honestly a nice little touch there. So if I just do something like that, I can simply hold the dial in, and then I can tilt as need be to make sure I'm centered in frame. And you can also as well do panning. So if you wanted this a dedicated page for all your controls, I can do something like this, put pan, adjust step size, and of course, make sure I'm on the correct little dial there, and adjust panning all from the Gallion itself. You can do this on the dials, you can do this on the keys, so if you don't have dials, you're not limited to not being able to do these functionalities. These are just strictly the actions for the dials itself. So beyond the camera, you can also control our prompter as well. So you have one of our prompters, you'll be able to control like scroll speeds, font sizes, the opacity, all from the dials, and then obviously from the keys itself. So that's how you would do that. Is there any other questions before I go diving into?
I think you're good to keep going.
Cool.
Yeah.
So what we'll showcase now, honestly, is actually using it in game. So let's go back to the demo here. So what I've set up is for Arc, or not Arc Raiders, actually. I set it up for Helldivers. So Helldivers is super popular right now for this profile. So I wanted to showcase the most popular profile that we have available currently. So the way that will work is, let me go into my Helldivers profile, and I'll also cover, after this, we'll cover the default profile that's available for the guy out of the box. But I want to showcase what it looks like while gaming. So I have a couple different functionalities here while the game loads up. Right off the back, this profile. So the profile I'm using, let me just show you guys as well. That is, if I go into, I'm using this Helldivers 2 Strategist profile, which is completely free. So once you download it, all you'll need to do is just a couple of quick little things. So if you're playing Helldivers, once we load up in here, and actually I'll show you what these actually looks like. So they're automatically broken down to each category already. So if you're familiar with the games, there's these little gems you hold and you throw them, and they do different kind of actions, from like airstrikes to orbital attacks to calling in weapons to even some different turrets. So the way it looks is you'll click on any of these. These are folders which just have icons, and it has the actions broken out. So the way this works is they're doing several different things. So one, what it will do, and I'll show this in a second, is it's pressing the stratagem menu, which, as you notice, it's on control. So from there, it's doing right, up, right? So the way that looks in game is, now if I go into Helldivers, this is a fresh account, so we are only limited to a couple of different stratagems, but I'll show you what that looks like now in game. So of course I click somewhere to land. I'll get to my Hell pod here. And you could customize those hotkeys for whatever you need as well. So, okay. So we're also showcasing here Vanguard 99. Oh, okay. Perfect. So this is what we'll do now is, of course, click our different stratagems here. So I'm gonna just, like I said, we have a couple that we have available. So we're just gonna go into game here, and I'll show you guys with 2 keyboard setups. This is gonna be interesting, but I'll show the 2 different setups here. So once we get in, so something to keep in mind, of course, like I said, the stratagem is currently set to controlled, but you can customize it for whatever you need it to be if you have a different kind of key binding for that. And what I'll actually have Brado be the stratagem master, honestly. So
This is great. I've never played this game before.
we're going to teamwork this.
This is
We're going to
gonna
do
be awesome.
co-op. So the favorite action, so if you click the little heart there, Brado, the little heart icon in there. Yep. Those are currently the default stratagems that we have here. So the benefits, if you're not familiar too, with it being the arrow keys, is when you hit one of the stratagems, you can actually keep moving. So let's say I want to call in the machine gun here. So go ahead and hit the blue icon there. What will happen is, you notice automatically it pulled up the stratagem menu and it automatically hit the keys while I was running around here. So especially if you guys are used to playing this game at higher difficulties, it's a bit chaotic. And honestly, that 1 second can make the difference between getting destroyed or surviving. So now I can simply left click and throw it, and I got my machine gun on the way. So we'll find some monsters or some aliens, let's just say, and then we'll have Brito call in some
Just let me know what you need.
airstrike. Let's find something here. So what's nice about being a numpad, of course, you can set it up for either way you want it to be laid out. So just sort of like a numpad, you'll come right down to memory. Okay, perfect. So now go ahead and call anything besides the yellow one. And do it quick, please.
I'm going to click the yellow one. No, just kidding. I didn't.
So then now I could throw it. Hope I don't. Okay, we're good. And of course, now we're going to have an airstrike come in. Normally I would just shoot, and just like that, we were able to call our stratagems. So
Did I do good?
you did good, boss.
Woo!
So I had to aim it, but just like that, you see, able to call it in, and it honestly mattered like half a second, it feels like. So instead of course, normally what you would do is you would press control, you would have to do these functionalities. So I would normally have to go up, right? Oh, I messed that up on accident. Honestly, I wasn't even trying to mess that up. Like trying to call the SOS beacon, I don't have to look at that or try to remember from heart and typing that in. It's just automatically done for me without having to worry, like, okay, resupply, down, up, right. So now, of course, Burrito, do the one you have not pressed yet. And just like that, it's way quicker than me just simply doing it myself, as you see there. So the normal process, of course, would be me clicking the controls here, typing it in. But honestly, I don't have to worry about that with using this particular profile. So we'll actually get out of this and go back to the ship, and I'll show you guys how to actually customize the profile itself to your liking. So going back into the software here, as you saw, what's nice about this profile, it has a favorite folder automatically. So what you would want to do is if you know what stratagems you want to use, like let's say I want to use a certain Eagle airstrike, they're automatically all made for you. And all you simply need to do is, of course, if you're using all Eagle strikes, you don't have to switch this. But if you're using different kinds, which normally you're using different kind of stratagems, you can just simply right click or Control C, copy that action, go back into favorites, and then simply just paste the actual stratagem combo into that particular favorite folder. You obviously don't have to do this, but this is just a pre-made profile. You can honestly have it on the home page here, but this is how I simply have it set up here. One cool thing too is I found on Marketplace is we actually have a Helldivers icon pack. So if I go over here, we actually have a full-blown Helldivers custom icon set. So if you're something that is not on there that you want to add, you can honestly don't have to worry about finding the icon. You can simply set the action up yourself. So what that would look like with Helldivers in particular, like let's say they add like a new stratagem that you want to add yourself. What you would simply do is right-click, click on multi-action. Of course, what I would do here is call in let me close this icon pack here, drag in hotkeys, do control, and then of course what we do is go a range of different things. Now I'm going to just showcase what it looks like real quick with just a couple of things here. So of course we'll say it's currently left and right. And now what I can do is this icon will look like this for multi-action, but then I can open up the icon library, go to that Helldivers icon pack, and set it as need be. Simple as that. So
I'm currently holding the keyboard. So we're trying to get a little lift on the angle.
The keyboard's actually a little heavy too, and I was trying to hold up and show it. It gets a little heavy over time. So we're doing some DIY quick, trying to hold a keyboard
Not
up.
officially supported, but
Perfect. So then
there we go. That should work.
show it back up. There you go. Perfect. So that way too, we're not gonna have Burrito's wrist damaged before the end.
I
of
was
this.
like, let's play faster. I'm holding up this
I
keyboard.
should go a little bit slower next time.
Oh my gosh.
But that's one way to use it for gaming. There's, of course, like I said, there's a lot of different kind of, I keep opening a new one, which I don't need to do that, where there's a bunch of different pre-made profiles. And of course, obviously, you can program it for the way you want it to be used for yourself. So I know like Chris in the office has set up a World of Warcraft profile for his needs, for his Gallion. I've used it mostly. I use it a lot for productivity myself. So just like opening websites or controlling different kind of audio on my PC. I also have, of course, on the screen itself, as you see, like Spotify is currently on one of the keys here. We have like the system volume if you're not using Wavelink, to even Wavelink controls directly on here, which is really nice. So especially if you're gaming, if you want to control Discord to your actual game volumes, you can control that all from your Gallion with those dials there. And obviously at a glance, see your volumes. And with the Wavelink plugin there, you can actually see how loud the actual game or your Discord is actually coming through, which is a really nice touch.
And it also, that live level metering is awesome. It's also great to add your microphone on there so that you can keep tabs on whether or not you're getting too loud, and see what audio is going through and what audio isn't. Super, super easy to set up.
Yeah, honestly, a really great touch for that. Exactly, for democracy. Are those keycaps shine through? The keycaps itself, there is like the font itself, like the characters you see are shine through, so you can see the actual lettering will light up. Now with that a certain effect, there you go. That's a good, nice little touch there. you can see the actual characters on the keys.
Yeah, and there's a
on
bunch of different like lighting effects. Of course, this is also a Corsair keyboard, so you already know that the RGB is about to go crazy, and you can control all of that in Corsair Web Hub, and also with the
Control.
plugin.
Yep. So with the control plugin, of course, if you actually want to switch the colors here, I can simply drag and drop a certain different theme. And then now, of course, go ahead and hit that key for me on the very bottom there. And we can switch the theme to, I don't know if that's noticeable. You can sort of see
Yeah,
on the
it's
keys.
like not moving as much anymore. It's static now.
But yeah, so even there, if you have your custom ones, you can obviously choose or just cycle between the pre-made themes that they already offer. So which is really nice. Now, that's just for a simple showcase of it for gaming. Was there any questions that I might have missed? Oh, new badge. Nice
I
badge.
think let's show the numpad profile.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So, of course, one thing that we saw that people were feedback-wise, like, hey, I really love my numpad. I can't get rid of it. Well, in Stream Deck fashion, you're not getting rid of it. Think of it as like you're upgrading your numpad. So if I go back to the default profile here, so this is the default profile you'll get out of the box. So what would happen normally, just so you guys are aware, so for whoever's bought a Gallion, what's going to happen is you're going to start up the Stream Deck software. It's going to prompt to download some of these plugins for you. Now, of course, you don't have to, but this is going to what the default actions out of the box are going to look like. So what's cool is we actually have made a pre-made numpad already with the default profile. So if I simply hit this key right here, it'll automatically switch the layout to a numpad for your needs. So the way that is it's a simple hotkey, which is of course numpad 7 and numpad 8, which is actually a really nice touch that Stream Deck offers, is because numpad on I know for Windows, for example, is completely different from like the top row of your number key. So numpad 8 compared to 8 is a different kind of input, where some kind of application may require that you actually use those numpad actual functionalities. So that's just a simple one out of the box. And of course, what we've done is added some icon pack or number icons on top of that. Now, we've also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe we also have different kind of numpad profiles already pre-made on Marketplace. I'll have to do a little bit more digging, but I think there's a couple of different numpad available options on Marketplace. So if you want to actually have a little bit more customization or different kind of colors, you can do that. Or of course, if you want to just simply create your own icon pack, you can simply drag and drop your icon onto the key itself and have it appear. So, which is a nice little touch. And then if you want to go back to your home layout with this key right here, you simply just hold it and you're back to the home profile. So you can switch different kind of profiles. So there's a couple different kind of profiles or pages, I should say, sorry, already pre-built on here, from Discord controls to media controls to emoji keyboard to, as well, if you want to keep up with your favorite Twitch streamers, and of course the numpad on there.
Yep.
So.
And as I know off the top of my head, the numpad was invented in 1914 by David Sundstrand, and he patented the 3x3 layout. This became the global standards for calculators and computer keyboards in 1914. That's so long ago, James.
Wow.
I think it's time to move on.
Crazy random fact that you know this.
Yeah, I just knew that off the top of my head. It's one of those little
Impressive.
trivia fun facts I know. It's time to... I know you guys love your numpad and you hold it near and dear to your heart, but this is the future of numpad.
Honestly,
Guys, can your numpad also call in stratagems? That's all I'm saying.
true.
I mean,
So,
yes, you could set up macros,
think
but
of
can it do it with plugins and profiles?
think of it like Burrito's hoodie. It evolved. It's a mega evolution is what this Stream Deck is adding to the numpad, which is really nice. I've actually tested myself too to see how it feels with just a normal numpad, and honestly, it feels completely fine as well. So especially if you're used to Stream Deck already, it's going to be an easy transition to use that.
Iconic moments in numpad history: 1914 and 2026, when Elgato
By who?
launched Gallion 100.
But who made it again?
Oh, it was David Sundstrand.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Perfect.
When I think
knew you
I
knew
look
that.
this way, when I'm thinking, it's still like my thinking angle.
That's okay. I did the same thing. I looked like, let me think. You got to look off to the distance.
Don't
to
get me
remember.
started on 1963 when Bell Labs introduced the telephone keypad, which inverted the layout, 1, 2, 3 on the top. I could go on and on about it, but I'll spare you guys the details.
That's what we deal with in the office, is Burrito just randomly knowing these random facts.
Just
So,
know everything. What do you want to know? Tell me. I'll find out for you.
She might just need 5 seconds or 10 seconds to process it, but she'll get you the answer.
Yeah.
So I actually want to showcase something too. I know some people may have already had a Galleon beforehand. Like, hey, I didn't get this. I know like the very, very early editions, we came out with the update for this. So if you didn't have this particular profile, the cool part about any of our stream decks, including Galleon, is you can restore the default profile. So even if you accidentally delete it, what you can do is if you actually click on the plus sign down here in the bottom left, you can click on add default profile. So it'll automatically bring it back, that default profile that you may have deleted on accident. And as you see here, of course, we have the copy of it because we already have that. And just like that, you can bring it right back. What's cool too is like, say you don't want to use a default profile, but you want to use certain kind of some features like the numpad here. So of course, if you want this pre-made profile or this page, you can simply right click the page itself and copy it. So if I wanted to go to my Helldivers one and actually have it on my Helldivers profile, just like that, it's automatically on that different profile, which is a nice touch that you can simply copy and paste pages. But not only just pages, you can actually copy certain actions, or this is actually a little pro tip. Let's say one of your friends have a really, I'm gonna turn off gamer mode here so I can actually use there we go. Is it gonna actually, there we go. So what's cool, getting a little bit of input there, is let's say I want to actually share an action. So let's say you make something cool for Gallion that you want to share. You can actually drag and drop the action to anywhere on your computer, and it automatically just saves that one action. So you don't have to share a whole profile. You don't have to share a whole page. You can just simply drag that one action off of your Stream Deck and then share that one action, which I've done is for a couple of my friends. So I'm like, hey, I have this particular multi-action, check it out. And so they simply just load it up and then they're good to go, which is a little pro tip on that.
Awesome. As you guys shop Galleon during Elgato Week, don't forget that we also have a coupon code on Elgato Marketplace, and that does include some of these awesome pre-made profiles. For example, you can get up to a 20% off with the code Elgato Week on Marketplace for the Star Citizen profile by Icon City. You could get different like Google Workspace profiles. You can get the iRacing Pro profile by Sideshow FX. There's a bunch of different additions that you can get. So don't only get your Galleon for Elgato Week. Don't forget to also get 20% off of profiles and awesome stuff to add on to your Galleon that's already pre-made. So you can just download it and boom, you're ready to go.
I believe it's all Icon. I think most, if not all, of Icon Cities. And Icon City has a ton of different profiles pre-made. Of course, you just want to put that promo code and check it out yourself. There is a lot of very nice, appealing profiles that they have made. So. Yep.
All right. So that being said, I think we should talk now about Virtual Stream Deck for a little bit. Some of you guys may actually not know about Virtual Stream Deck. Oh, we got a Galleon right there. Let's go. We're capturing and we have Galleon now. That's a full like console gaming setup, or maybe dual PC. Good purchase.
True.
We're going to talk about Virtual Stream Deck. Some of you may not know that you already have access to this if you have a Stream Deck hardware device. It unlocks Virtual Stream Deck on your system. This is super awesome. I would love one day to just do a full stream on this, just deep dive all the different use cases for something like Virtual Stream Deck. Essentially what you're going to get is a clickable version of Stream Deck on your monitor. I love using this for anything that has like live monitoring. So for example, I have right now the Elgato Deals plugin on my Virtual Stream Deck. If you have a Stream Deck, you can add that on your Virtual Stream Deck as well. You can do stuff like the weather plugin, time zones. That's awesome. If your work laptop, you talk to a lot of people around the world, just add a bunch of different keys with the different time zones. And it's basically like having a widget over your screen that follows you. There's also so many different ways to display it, which I'm sure James will show you now. There's like fixed display. You could bring it up with like a keyboard command. You can use another Stream Deck to pop it up. But let's switch into some Virtual Stream Deck talk.
Awesome. Let's do that. So if you have a Stream Deck or you're using Stream Deck Mobile, you get access to Virtual Stream Deck, which is really nice. So the way that works is, let me make this a little bit bigger so we can see here. Perfect. So what you'll do is you'll simply click on a device list. Now, of course, our demo PC has a ton of different Stream Decks added already, but you'll simply click on the profile list. You'll see Add Virtual Device. From there, now you have 6 keys by default, but you can customize that as need be. So you can go up to 64 keys where you can adjust the rows and columns. Now, what we'll first do is just showcase some of the different functionalities and how they work, and then we'll go more into details of the settings here. So if I just want to do something simple, like Brito was talking about, like the clocks, we can add different kind of world clocks onto my virtual Stream Deck, and we could choose different, we'll say like Los Angeles here for now. So we can adjust it to show the AM, PM. We can adjust the, now there's actually a couple different clock plugins. So let me actually go look at the store. So we have clocks, world time is another one that we can use. But let me see here. I believe I should be able to. So of course, this is just our default clock here, which honestly, I'm not going to lie, one key I typically set up at events is I actually set up a clock so I don't have to go onto a computer or check my phone, where I can see how long, well, obviously what time it is, but then of course, get ready for the actual day to end for events. So something simple like this. And as you might have noticed, is if I drag the key into certain positions, it will automatically scale it to the way it looks on here. So what's nice about this is, like, let's say you want to dock it very similar to Mac OS, you can dock it something like this, or of course, if I want more vertical, and of course, here comes the customization of it. If I do like the columns and rows, now, even though we have all these blank keys, it's not gonna appear. You can have them appear if you want to, but we can only have it by default. It only just shows what keys you have currently set. And what's nice is, like Brito was mentioning, you can have it fixed, or you can actually set a different kind of keyboard shortcut. So let's say you don't always need it on. I can do a shortcut like Control-Alt-Circle there and make it appear as needed. Now that's fixed. If I set it to dynamic, it'll automatically go wherever my mouse is. So I've actually done this for stuff that I'm constantly having to do, like certain SKUs. So if you're typing something repetitively and you don't want to always have to just like copy and paste it, I've honestly set up different profiles that have just different kind of text actions. So if I go, hey, I need this text to say ABC, copied it over, and then I need this one to be like 1, 2, 3. So then when I need it, I can still, okay, cool. Let me pull up my notepad here. I don't need it right now. And then of course we'll do that. And once I have my virtual Stream Deck, perfect. Go ahead and enter it, do whatever I need to be, like what I need. And then of course I can make it go away as needed. So, which is really nice too, especially with dynamic, is like if you're having to go to different kind of sections and you don't want to always have to like, oh, okay, if I had it on fixed, of course it'd be on this side. It's just simply right as close to the input window you would have to just type that entry in. Like, okay, cool. I need to just simply click that, and then just like that, it's going to automatically enter. So what it'll look like too with 64 keys, if you want to get a little bit crazy here, is this is what it'll look like in the software. Now, of course, if I make it bigger, you can be able to manage it more. But of course, that's what it looks like if you have that many keys. I actually worked at an event recently where someone asked to have like 5 different 64 keys set up, and I was like, oh my goodness. But of course, what's nice is you can, of course, with a simple hotkey, bring the ones that you need as needed. So one thing to note is you're not limited to this particular design with the keys and colors. You can actually, so let me put this back to fixed so it's easier to see. So if I put it on fixed and I have it docked like this, right, it's a nice little L shape here, or a tilted L there. But if I simply go into up here, I can adjust the color as need be. So of course, what's cool is you can do the hex code down here and adjust it as need be. Now, pro tip that I know some of you guys probably have used Virtual Stream Deck, but something that you may not have known is you can actually get rid of these borders here. So if I actually go into the alpha channel here and set this to 0, it actually removes the actual background completely. So if you want something like this more compact, and if I go into here and adjust the key size, I can have something like this. Or of course, adjust the opacity as need be. Hide unused keys. Of course, if I want to have all the keys show in there, like I was mentioning, you can do something like that. So I'm actually curious of people who've used Virtual Stream Deck if they're actually knew about that particular functionality, is simply adjusting this alpha to whatever you need it to be so that border appears. So a nice little touch that I'm honestly I'm happy that the team actually brought in. And then you have these different kind of functionalities too. So where you can, when cursor leaves the interface, so if I have this on and I leave it, it'll automatically get off and not appear. Or if I wanted to actually, if I activate a trigger, so if I'm only doing something simple, like again, like an input, if I click it, it'll go away by just simply clicking it without having to do the hotkeys. So again, virtual Stream Deck. Actually, I should mention, you're not limited to one virtual Stream Deck. You can make as many virtual Stream Decks as needed. I know I sort of briefly covered that, but you can do as many as needed and name them as need be. So if you have different kind of SKUs or certain different kind of games that you want to simply bring up out of just a matter of seconds, you can do that, which is really nice.
It is super customizable. It is incredibly convenient, and I highly recommend that if you guys have a Stream Deck and you haven't tried Virtual Stream Deck yet, add it to your setup. I will say one cool thing that I heard somebody at Elgato does is use Virtual Stream Deck on their prompter to use it as a live state overlay. Really creative. They don't actually use it to press the keys. They literally just want to see the state of their computer. Their Twitch viewers, they add the Twitch viewers key that shows that live viewer count. They add their computer stats on there. They literally don't click it. They just put it on their Elgato prompter so that they can monitor everything. Cool.
I forgot to add too, there's a couple of Corsair products that also unlock virtual Stream Decks. If you're using like Xeneon Edge, so if you're using, which is honestly a really nice function, is you can actually have virtual Stream Deck, and almost similar to Stream Deck Mobile is you can actually physically tap it, such as touchscreen, control your virtual Stream Deck alongside Scimitar Elite, I believe, or special. Yeah, I think it's Elite one in particular that you can unlock virtual Stream Deck.
Yep.
Overlay's line is not James. True.
Gelatin says, great for software like a tool picker for less used tools. I actually want to surface this YouTube video really quick from I Am Fall from Grace. This is your homework after the stream to give it a watch. It's really, really awesome way that she uses Virtual Stream Deck as a tool wheel. So maybe you can show briefly what that looks like when you just put Virtual Stream Deck to pop up, so the dynamic mode for the interface, and then it just surfaces this wheel of actions around your mouse. It's really, really cool. If you're a photo editor, a video editor, this is just one of those really creative ways that you can use Virtual Stream Deck as a basically on demand, on the fly tool wheels. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Which it was it Virtual Stream Deck that we're using?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so just create the actions around the center.
Yeah, so
Leave the
of course
middle
what
one
we could
empty.
do is if I have it appear here is we could do something like this, and we'll delete this one right here. And then of course get over here and frame here. With something like this where if you do it dynamic, so if I do dynamic and I simply do Control Alt 0, oh, is it? Oh.
Just resubmit the hotkey.
Yeah, exactly. We'll do something. Oh, the keyboard isn't typing. That's why. I might have unplugged it. Okay, we'll go back to the other keyboard. Perfect. So now, if I hit, let's do a hotkey here. We'll do Control O. And just like that, we can have like an action wheel around your mouse. If you leave that middle key empty right here, you'll be able to have it appear where you need be, which is really cool. And then, of course, you can have it fixed, dynamic. So, yeah, we'll simply just...
And then if you turn on that after action is triggered, then you can literally bring up the wheel. And then once you toggle the action that you want, it's going to automatically disappear.
Yep. So, of course, after action is trigger, I can go bring it up over here. We'll have it type in some text, and it goes away, which is really nice.
You can get so creative with Virtual Stream Deck, which is why we wanted to showcase it today. For any of you guys who already have Stream Deck, or if you are looking to buy one, not only do you get the hardware device, but you will also be able to unlock the Virtual Stream Deck for your computer. So much that you can do. I always have mine on my Mac. I have a fixed one and a dynamic one. I have my dynamic command to be command 1, so I'm already used to switching and bringing it and popping it back up. Awesome.
One thing to note too with Virtual Stream Deck is, let's say like Burrito was saying, if she's on the go or something, and if you connect your Stream Deck at least once, you can activate it for up to 30 days.
Yep.
So if you have Stream Deck Mobile Pro, you'll be able to. So let's say you haven't turned on your laptop in a while and you forget, you can simply turn on Stream Deck Mobile Pro. just plug in your phone, and you'll be able to unlock Virtual Stream Deck as well.
Yep.
So you don't have to always have your Stream Deck connected, which is a nice little touch on that as
I
well.
actually did this a couple of weeks ago. I was visiting home, so across the U.S. Did not bring my hardware Stream Deck with me, but I do have Stream Deck Mobile Pro, so I use Stream Deck Mobile and also Virtual Stream Deck with just my Mac to be able to run a portable streaming setup. And it was really, really convenient that I didn't have to pack hardware with me because I flew Spirit, RIP, so I had just a backpack.
Oh, yeah. Good old Spirit.
I'm going to be sad again. Anyways, we see a bunch of Stream Deck orders coming through. We are super, super excited for you guys to add Stream Deck to your setup. I also want to say, if any of you guys are using Stream Deck Mark 1, this could be the perfect time to upgrade to Stream Deck Mark 2. So if you're thinking about it, if you're interested, if you have any questions, definitely let us know. I know I still have mine from 2017. I stopped using it when Stream Deck Mark 2 came out. The new base is just too good. I had to upgrade. And so if you're interested in making that upgrade, this week could be the perfect week. Make sure to shop. Well, yes, you could have both. Brown tools.
True.
Absolutely. Yeah, sure. Have both. Make sure to head over to Elgato.com to shop these Elgato week deals. We have 30% off on basically all categories. A bunch of capture cards, lighting, cameras, prompter. What else? What am I? Stream Deck, obviously. And we also have
Marketplace deals.
Yeah, marketplace deals. So you can save 20% off on a bunch of different marketplace products. Now's the time to get it. That's the first time we do a big sale like that for marketplace. It's really exciting.
I think this is the first time we've ever done sales for marketplace. I know like certain like individual sometimes will go like lower price, but never something where we had like a promo code that you can apply to different kind of profiles, plugins, icon packs, etc. So
I also saw earlier this week people were asking like, "Hey, when are we going to see a deal on Wavecast?" Today. You can use that code for Wavecast and Voice Focus. So if you're interested for Wavecast, if you have a dual PC setup, now's the time to use Elgato Week. And that code does expire in a couple days, so you want to make sure to get on that.
Yeah, exactly. Fun little fact. With the MK1, my mom asked me. It's interesting because my dad used to be a very tech-oriented DIY kind of guy, but now that he's just like, I'm done with everything.
I'm done with everything.
Yeah, I'm done with everything. I just want to make my life super simple. Like he's the kind of guy I used to be able to fix stuff, and then now he just pays somebody. Well, my mom asked me recently because she saw my Stream Decks, and she was like, "Hey, can you actually program that?" And this is something super simple, but still, I think one of our most used actions is, can he use it to open up a website or open up folders on my Mac, because he has a hard time navigating, especially if you're new to the Mac's OS.
Bro, I have a hard time navigating folders on Mac. Come on.
Yeah. She was like, "Is there a way I can just program this Stream Deck to do that?" And I was like, "Yes, of course." So I actually helped him program it to just open up some folders that he constantly going into, some websites like his work email, and it's just been a lifesaver for him. So I just had that sitting around. I was like, "Here, take this, and we'll set it up for you." And now he's happy.
Yep. I also want to add, I've been using Stream Deck since it came out in 2017, and the Stream Deck I used back then is night and day to the Stream Deck I have now. The software is continuously getting updates. Plugins and profiles are getting updates. I just saw somebody ask, how does Bar Raider maintain all of his plugins? Dedication, and when there's a will, there's a way. Bar Raider is super, super awesome, as well as all the other makers that we have on Marketplace. They, love building for Stream Deck, and we have some new, even some more recent updates to our SDK to make it even easier to develop for Stream Deck. So if there's any developers in the chat, if you're interested in building for Stream Deck, make sure to reach out to our Marketplace team. Join our Marketplace Discord. We'll have a lot of information about that tomorrow with Stephanie from the Marketplace team.
And what you can do too, if you're interested now, is you can actually just Google Elgato Docs, and the first link that should appear is how to get started on creating plugins. So if someone can actually drop that link as well, but simply you can learn how to make plugins and get going now. It's a really nice visual on that. It has several different kind of screenshots to get you started with that. One thing too I like to note is you don't have to make a plugin for Marketplace. You can make it, test it out yourself. And if you think it's a cool plugin you want to have hosted, then you can. Yep. But you don't have to have it hosted on Marketplace to use it with your Stream Deck. So
yeah, you can run it locally. I've made some of my own, and they're just for me. It's not really going to be applicable to other people. They don't need to see whether or not Elgato has posted today, but I have mine where I can see if Elgato has posted today because I work in social media. So that's
do.
useful for me. Maybe you can build a plugin and load it locally for you. Yeah. And then there's also obviously icons and, profile packs. So if you are not an engineer and you want to make profiles and icon packs, that's another option as well. Or if you don't like any of that, you just want to buy some on Marketplace, you can save up to 20%. Sorry, I keep saying up to. You can save 20% off with code Elgato Week.
I actually want to show a pro tip with icons. Now you're mentioning it. So if we actually can go back to demos. So one cool part about our software and what you can do with different icons. So obviously you can customize everything on Stream Deck. But let's say I think I see a lot of people do this is they typically go down here. One thing too, if I had a picture, you can actually drag and drop the picture directly onto the key right here to change it. But a little pro tip is if you actually go into the icon library, and let's say I have several different folders. So we'll just do some folders real quick. So if I have some folders right here and I want to just customize it so I can easily see at a glance. Obviously, as you saw earlier with Phil, if you could type in the particular thing you're looking for, especially if you have a bunch of icon packs, we have this beautiful pastel productivity pack by Abrito Art that we're going to actually use here, where I can actually click the key, click on the actual icon I want to use, and I don't have to leave the screen. I can just simply click on each little icon and adjust it without ever having to leave this particular section. So something to note where I saw a lot of people different kind like just simply just escaping, clicking on here, and then clicking on icon pack or icon library, and then waiting for this to load again, and then going over and over again. You do not have to do that. So something you can do. And then actually another little pro tip that I like to show is, let's say you're like constantly going into certain kind of stuff here, like your documents and pictures. You can simply drag and drop that folder directly, or an app directly onto the key. It's going to automatically map it to that particular section of your computer. So then, of course, from here to now, I can, of course, adjust the icon. We'll do another folder. And of course, we'll click on this is my favorite, my documents, and it will automatically add as well the text for it for your particular action by just simply dragging and dropping it. So nice little quality of life feature that we offer. So if you didn't know that, then definitely check that out next time you're customizing your Stream Deck.
I did not know that.
Really? What part?
I did not. The dragging the folder onto the key.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Sean,
Our application.
Sean, get on that. social post, get on that film in.
Our application, yeah.
Oh, I actually did not know that. See, I literally learn things every Elgato week too. Even though I have been using Stream Deck for almost 10 years, I did not know that you could do that. Bro, that's crazy. I felt like a rush of adrenaline when you did that.
Really?
I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, that's what
That was crazy. Did
Yeah.
you see that? He dragged and dropped the folder. That's iconic.
Yeah, that's
I
one
am
thing.
such a Stream Deck nerd. I'm sorry. That's crazy.
Apps, folders, you can simply just drag and drop, and then of course just customize the icon. A lot of people too, I think, they always get so intimidated by Stream Deck, but really, if you just sit down for like 5 to 10 minutes and just start getting going, you'll realize how powerful and easy Stream Deck is. So I actually do hear that at events. They're like, man, I have a Stream Deck. I know you could do a lot of things with it, but I just don't know where to begin. It's like, honestly, go to Marketplace. Just check out the plugins. Just check out the icon packs and just like, get inspired, especially profiles. Like just seeing different pre-made profiles, you get like, oh, actually, I want to set this up for my own use case. It's really nice that you honestly just take the time, just go through the different plugins and then customize it.
Yeah. So, since we're talking Stream Deck, should we show we're using a Stream Deck right now? So maybe we can get the camera on this in just a moment. But I did see a question in chat. Are we seeing chat on prompter? Yes, we are. See, like Key just said, wait, I didn't know that one. Nice, right? I didn't know that either. All right. So right over here, check that out. We have got our Stream Deck Plus. Obviously, we have Marielle tech directing in the background. So she's controlling most of the stuff related to the stream. But sometimes we need to take action. Haha, Stream Deck pun. So we do have our own Stream Deck Plus here. You can see I've actually set it up to have different states on the scenes. So when a scene is live, it's nice and red. So it's super, super easy at a glance for us to know. I also do this on my own setup. It's on my icon pack. You have the different states. I really like knowing when my scene is live without needing OBS open. I'm going to shock some of you guys right now in two ways. I actually currently only have one monitor in my setup and one Stream Deck in my setup. I do have a Xeneon Edge as well, so it's kind of cheating. I technically have two, but I just use that for chat. So with Stream Deck, I can control absolutely everything with one monitor. This was on purpose, by the way. I actually got rid of my second monitor.
Why?
Because I found myself getting distracted, and I know that with Stream Deck, I can confidently tell what's on my OBS. I don't need another monitor to tell me that. I also do all my work on my laptop without a second monitor. Everybody in the office clowns me for that I have one set up at my cube and I barely connect my computer to it. So anyways, you can judge me in chat, sorry. But
I'm a 3-monitor kind of guy.
I actually use a 15-key Stream Deck at home. I have all of my keys memorized. I go crazy on the folders and profiles. I know exactly how to get anywhere without looking. But anyways, yes, we have the different states here. So if I were to switch to a different scene, I'll just do this real quick myself. You can see now our main scene is red, so we know for a fact we are on that scene. And if I go back here, now the second camera is red. We also have prompter control on the dials here, so we can pause and play Twitch chat. I'm currently actually scrolling up and down, so let me go back to a really old message so that I could prove to you I'm doing this. An old message from Prophet says, I'm not sure if this was answered as I am working and have the stream muted, but does USB hub work with Stream Deck XL Plus if it has external power?
You don't have to even use the external power, but yes, it will work. Well, obviously, we recommend using the 100-watt PD charger for that. But yeah, it will work with it.
Yeah, and I just
Enter so in the chat. Hopefully, they might have muted again.
Someone let them know. Someone let them know. Yeah, we can also control our mics here. We do have some control of our mics. This is using OBS. So, James, talk for me real quick.
Oh man, I can't wait.
Never mind. No, you have to keep talking. You can't stop.
Stop talking.
I'm muting you, James. You don't
mute me in real
physically
life.
mute. I'm muted. Okay,
I got muted in real
keep
life.
Keep talking.
I don't know what to tell you. I just got simply muted in real life.
So I can control all of that stuff in our Stream Deck. And very importantly, we have the time here. So what time is it? 1:34. That kind of sounds like giveaway time.
Ooh.
I think we're approaching giveaway. But before we do that, James, can you scroll through the deals that we have running for Elgato Week?
Yes, of course.
Now that we're 4 days into Elgato Week, a lot of deals have unlocked. We have deals on camera, capture, lighting. We also, of course, have Stream Deck. We have Embrace. We have Gallion. So let's just run through all of these real quick. And you can find this at elgato.com.
Before I do that real quick, I just want to showcase real fast, like Brito mentioning, like the two different icon states. So if you ever see an action with these two little bubbles down here, that means it has two different kind of icons that you can customize. So that's how, of course, we're able to showcase the two different kind of actions here to let us know if we're currently on that particular action or on that particular scene, in this case for OBS. So, but yes, let's cover the deals. So of course, obviously you guys are, today is Stream Deck. So we have, of course, our capture cards, our Stream Deck Pluses. These are our top deals currently. Save us to 25% on 4Ks. So a great capture card for all of all your different consoles. If you're looking to stream 4K 60 or record in 4K 60, Stream Deck Plus is honestly probably my favorite Stream Deck. We have available in white or black that you can check out. We also, of course, look, the Stream Deck Plus and XR dock bundle is currently the winner. Honestly, a great combo. It's nice because I was someone that actually had both Stream Deck Plus and Wave XLR. That now with this, I honestly was on it day one. I cannot wait to have this combo. And it's actually my current setup currently as well. So I have this alongside an XL, but this is still my go-to for my main Stream Deck. So videos, we have the prompter boom bundle. So you'll get the prompter, you get the mic arm, you get the cold shoe, you get a Keylight Neo. With Keylight Neo too, a little fun fact that I like doing. So a lot of monitors actually have a USB port in the back of the monitor itself. You can physically set that as onboard controls. You can have that plugged in directly to the back of the monitor, which honestly it looks really good for cable management. A little cheat sheet that I do at events, honestly, is how that simply just plugged into it. Of course, if you have that plugged in directly to your computer, then you can simply control as well via control center. But just because your monitor is getting power, it's going to automatically get power as well from that USB port, which is really nice. So we have the prompter mounted bundle here that contains prompter, master mount L, Keylight Neo, and Colchu as well. Then moving on, we have Facecam 4K. I'm personally a big fan of Pine. I think it looks really nice, especially for your setup. Even if you're not using it, I just think it's very aesthetically pleasing. Then, of course, the best lighting possible for your office or your streaming setup, or even for the office, is Keylight Bundle. You get 2 key lights at $269.99, which I know Brito's mentioned she's been using her key lights for many years, and so have I. These things just last for honestly a very long time. I've honestly never broken a key light in my life, and I've moved them from different states, from different places, and they are still going strong.
Same here.
Oh yeah, big move for you too.
Yeah, across the country.
Yeah. Facecam Mark II, which I know Brito's mentioned this is her favorite. This is also my favorite. It's just the price, honestly, for $99.99 is so good. You get the privacy shutter, which is really nice and very easy to use. Very simple and easy to use. Obviously works over USB 2.0 or 3.0, which is really nice. So even if you're using an older motherboard, you'll look amazing with that webcam. Then Keylight Neo Black and White. Again, this is something definitely to look into, especially for even your home, like your office or home office, or if you want something nice and if you're gaming at night, it's something cozy. Honestly, a nice little pickup that you can have. So has the onboard controls. If it wasn't covered already, you actually have 2 preset buttons, a power button, and then the dial that you can simply press to control the brightness or tap it for the temperature, which is a really nice touch. Then we got the Keylight Neo Duo or the stand bundle. So you got that or the clamp. So something nice if you want to actually have Keylight mounted on your Keylight Neo mounted on your desk, which is on stand, or obviously and as well a headset stand, which is really nice. Honestly, I need to get one of these because I have been notorious. Not the end of the world, but my mic arm here, I actually use my mic arm as my headphones
I do that too.
holder. Okay,
I
I'm
think that's
glad I'm not
fine.
alone. Yeah, I simply put my headphones on top of my mic arm. So if you have one of our mic arms, that's another little pro tip that I know a lot of you guys are probably doing that as well. Then this is honestly one of my favorite deals. It's honestly crazy this price what you get with it, where you get the Wave DX, the XLR cable, the mic arm, and Wave XLR Mark II, all available in one bundle. Of course, it's been mentioned that you essentially get the mic for free with this particular deal. If you want to sound, we're using this gear right now. The only difference is we're using Wave XLR Pro, if I'm not mistaken. So, but you can still get the same kind of quality and the quality from Wave XLR Mark II. Or if you want the more of a traditional mic arm, the boom mic arm, you can get that as well. So it just comes down to what you prefer. I'm a low profile kind of guy myself. I like that. I personally am notorious for just constantly eating at my desk. So I really liked it. That's under my monitor, but then of course I can move it out of the way. Now you can do the same with the boom arm, but I just love the way this looks under the desk.
Low profile. I love it.
I love the low profile. Then of course, that one actually is low profile. And then of course we have the Wave 3. So if you're looking for something more simple, just want to get up and running, our Wave 3 sounds amazing. Brito has been using it for many, many years. I honestly recommend
Since it came out.
Yeah.
My first launch at Elgato was Wave 3 and
right?
Wavelink 2020. Yep.
2020. So great mic. Definitely something to check out if you're looking to get a better USB microphone. And of course, you have the traditional boom arm as well for that. Then going to Keylight Neo. I honestly I don't do it as much anymore, but I used to travel with this all the time. I was taking like a lot of different meetings on the go. So I had this mic because you guys are familiar, laptop mics sound terrible. And especially if you've ever been in meetings with someone where like typing on their keyboard, like, oh, let me take that as a note. And you just hear all the different kind of banging on their laptop. It honestly makes my ears bleed. So I would travel with this constantly before, but now thankfully I don't have to take as much meetings on the go. So I no longer bring it. Desk stand is something I think is something very underestimated. Very great, obviously, for microphones. You can use it for, Wave 3, Wave DX. Fun fact is we actually use these desk stands a lot to have our Xenon Edge from Corsair. So if you have anything with a 1/4-inch mount that you want to just have near your desk.
Yeah, we're actually using it right now. Maybe we can get a shot of it.
Oh, yeah.
It's also going to expose our cable management. Don't judge us. We are human,
and our
just
tech
like
director,
you.
and our tech director. So get ready, Marielle. What we currently have
Xenon Edge.
a Xenon Edge set
mount.
up on a Wave desk stand, set up vertically right there. So right next to the monitor, we have it vertical. Being that it's touchscreen, is you can have it like, so we have it just right there. So there you guys at.
Say
Or there
hi,
you guys are.
everyone.
And you can simply go up and down with it being touchscreen, which is really nice. So, fun little fact I learned about this is if you have iQ installed and you rotate the monitor, it automatically adjusts the orientation. You don't even have to go into your display settings to adjust that, which is honestly a really nice touch.
Wow. That's awesome.
And now, obviously, now too, we have a bunch of different widgets available on Marketplace. So if you have a Xenon Edge, definitely check out Marketplace and get those different widgets that are available for it. Then, obviously, if you're looking to capturing consoles or dual PC setups, Two Chili did a great demo, of course, recently covering this. But we have 4K-S, 4K-X, 4K Pro, and even Cam Link. So if you're looking to get a nice DSLR camera hooked up as a great webcam, and if you've ever seen Burrito streams, honestly, and I know your
love
class
Cam Link.
back in college too, getting compliments.
Yeah.
That's how you can get that to achieve that. Then obviously Embrace. I'm a big fan of Embrace. I know we talked about that yesterday. I love this chair. I sit on it for hours, not getting sweaty.
Yep, because it's got that mesh back. It's got that waterfall edge. Take the pressure off your legs. Make sure that you don't have your legs going numb in the middle of a long gaming session. Also has so many different points of like movement so that you could be super comfortable.
And we've been using it, of course, for this stream, which is really nice. Then obviously a lot of people's favorites, Stream Deck. So we have Stream Deck Mark II, Stream Deck Plus. Be sure to get your free pair of dials with this. I'm a big fan of the Cosmic. Stream Deck Neo in white and black, Stream Deck Scissor Keys, and of course Gallion 100 SD and Keylight Neo, which you get for free. So great setup you can definitely get. I don't think we touched much about Network
I think
Dock.
we got a chance, but I did see an order just go through for Network Dock and the modules, so that's awesome.
So if you're not familiar with Network Dock, this is a quick little TLDR. It allows you to power any Stream Deck via Power over Ethernet. So really great I know this is actually really popular in the pro broadcast space, or even just if you're broadcasting away from your computer, is you can power any Stream Deck away from your computer and control it, which is really nice. You see there's an Ethernet cable connected to it right there, and then you can just simply power in your Stream Deck from there. One cool part is if you don't even have a PoE injector, you still get a secondary USB port on the same side where you connect that Ethernet cable, as I struggle to get this out and drop everything. So this is, of course, and we'll do a little close-up here.
Wow, we just got a huge order. Stream Deck Plus, Wave mic arm, Wave DX, XLR cable. That is the full
If you're
audio setup.
If you're watching stream, that was you. Make sure you brag about
And
that
a Stream Deck
bit.
Neo.
So this is Network Dock, which is really nice. It has, of course, a PoE injector right here, or the PoE port right here. If you don't have a PoE injector, you can simply still power it up via USB here, and this side will connect. What's nice, real quick too, is it comes with this little mount. So if you want to actually screw this into a wall, you can have that screwed into somewhere on your wall. Or if you have an XL, it has this little clip right here, or this little adhesive that you can actually put on the back of it, and it will connect. And it will actually the XL stand, it'll go right to the XL stand and actually nice and clean and tucked away under. So it'll essentially look like, obviously we don't have an XL right here, but it'll look something similar. I think Frito's on it. She's getting me an XL. So what that will look like is I'll pop it off here. This little clip will go through here. Oh wait, I did it backwards. Should have it the right way. This is the top, just like that. You take the tape off, and you'll simply have this mounted in there. So this sits flush inside the XL. So if I now go ahead and throw that on there for me, and it's tucked away. So a couple of different ways to use it. So honestly, a great addition. A lot of people I don't think are familiar that we have that available, but something definitely to check out. So obviously Stream Deck pedal, 3 different, it's called pedal, but there's 3 different pedals available for that. and then the modules. So if you guys are doing the modules, definitely show us on Discord or Reddit. It's definitely cool seeing the different kind of setups that people have been doing. I've been told of different ways that people are using, from simply like actually putting it in their walls to control lighting, which I thought it was very interesting, to sim racing, to something simple as this launching applications to control into something like this. So there's several different 3D printed files available online as well as on Marketplace. So if you're looking into mixing something custom, definitely check out Marketplace. And of course, if you don't see a product, now it doesn't apply to all products, but you can use Elgato Week for getting 20% off hardware on Elgato.com and Marketplace. So definitely be sure to use that code before it expires. Don't wait last minute and miss out on that. So,
Yep.
I wonder. It looks like it also applies to the voice mod
It
effects.
does, yeah. They are participating. I
So if
think they're actually either today or tomorrow going to be posting a video about that. So if you were interested in any of those voice mod effects that we launched with voice mod during Wave Next earlier this year, you can actually get them on 20% off right now.
So definitely get Trailer Guy. Trailer Guy sounds crazy.
That was awesome.
And then obviously Wavecast and Voice Focus as well. So Voice Focus, if you're not using one of our Elgato microphones, or if you want to actually apply Voice Focus to your friends, like on Discord, you can actually apply that VST directly onto your mic or other channels using Wavelink or other kind of VST hosting applications. So
Yep. We have a really quick question
ton of
that
deals.
would be super easy to answer, which is there a way to turn the keys on Stream Deck if they want to display the Stream Deck virtually?
yes, great question. So in the Stream Deck software, if we actually go back into the demo here, what you'd want to do is, prior what people were doing is we saw a lot of people.
I think you
Sorry,
want to
it's
get
on the
out
other
of
way.
Virtual Stream Deck for that.
Yeah, a lot of people were adjusting before you had to actually adjust the icons yourself physically. But now if you go into settings and you click on devices, if you click on, I don't know if we have, well, there's a Stream Deck right here. As you can see here, you can do the visual orientation. So you can actually choose to do a 90, 180, or 270, or if it's upside down, so you don't have to worry about it. And what will happen is if I switch it, of course, I don't have the physical Stream Deck here.
Connect one.
We can connect one.
Here. Do you have a quick cable you can just...
Yeah, let me just take this.
We got a lot of different products switching in and out of this computer. Shout out to the demo PC, holding it down.
Honestly, yes.
Mhm.
So we're gonna get a new Stream Deck device connected. I think you jinxed it
I jinxed it.
because now the mouse isn't working.
I jinxed it. Don't say something is working. That's what we've learned.
Oh no, my mouse.
All right. While James works on that, I will go ahead and get our giveaway started. You have already seen in the chat that today we'll be giving away a Stream Deck Plus. So everything that you saw today, including those dial controls, you can unlock right now. We're using one to run the stream. We've also got a Stream Deck Plus XL back there, also running the stream. But yeah, today we'll be giving away a Stream Deck Plus. I think Jasmine is on deck, ready to get that giveaway running. So as soon as she is available, you'll see that command update in the chat. Aw. Did you lie to me about the keyword, Jasmine? Oh my God. At what point is it borderline bullying? Jasmine keeps tricking me. She told me it was a different code. Thank you, Jasmine. I did hit 6 years at Elgato yesterday. And I am a Leo, so I did make it everyone's problem. Sorry. I'm not super into horoscope, but man, I'm a Leo. That fire type does show when it comes to my birthday and apparently also how many years I've been at Elgato. Because I am a huge Elgato nerd at the end of the day. So, wow, I cannot believe that looks like so much spam. Thank you guys so much. My Twitch also like shows up yellow when someone says burrito, so it's just all yellow. Thank you. So if you guys would like to enter the giveaway for a Stream Deck Plus, all you have to do is apparently type happy 6 years burrito. That one with 2 T's, come on, Koala, come on. I've been here for 6 years. It's 1 T. Come on. Wrong artist. You're not entered. See, that's a lot of power. If you put 2 T's in my last name, you're actually not going to be entered. It's got to be written correctly. But anyways, so yeah, that being said, we are giving away that Stream Deck Plus. It's only on Twitch chat. You do need to be following. This is super important. Look me in the eyes when I tell this to you. You need to be following, otherwise we will have to re-roll and it will be very awkward and I will put you on blast. So do not test me. I'm gonna do it. It's my 6 years and I'll put you on blast if I have to. So anyways, make sure that you are following our Twitch channel. This is only on Twitch, so you can technically type that code anywhere else you want, but it will not enter you to the giveaway. So if you want a chance to win Stream Deck Plus, you have to make sure, number one, that your region is eligible by doing exclamation point terms. You have to make sure you are eligible by reading those terms. You have to type the keyword in chat, and you need to be following. So yeah. All of that being said, we'll keep this giveaway running. I want you guys to make sure that you join us tomorrow because we do have some more streams coming tomorrow. We will be streaming again in English, but we will also have some of our region streams running. So to start, we will have a German stream at 10 a.m. UTC. We will have a Spanish stream at 2 p.m. UTC. And then, of course, we will have an Elgato Week recap. This will be our final English stream of the week, starting at 10 a.m. PT. And when we do that stream, you will definitely want to make sure that you tune in. You will definitely want to make sure that you tune in because the giveaway that we have running tomorrow, I actually did not know until like a day ago that it was going to be a giveaway. I thought it was going to be a contest. So you guys are getting away big with this giveaway. So make sure that you are here tomorrow because you will want to join that giveaway. Yeah, that's all I got to say there.
I want to say excited for that.
You got it.
So if we actually check out here, so perfect. I'm trying to get to clear out. So if I simply go into the software and just, I saw earlier I was able to adjust it, I can simply just rotate it now.
Other way.
And it automatically adjusts the icons and the text for whatever orientation you have set up, which is really nice. So if I wanted to do course 180, turn it upside down, it's all possible just via the software. So very easy to do. I don't think we even touched one thing too I really like doing, which is very quick pro tip too, is you can actually set a screensaver. So if you have like a favorite photo that you like, you can set a screensaver. So after so many minutes, it will show that picture, which is really nice. So if you want to set a screensaver after like 5 minutes, set a screensaver, and you can adjust it to just some nice little, honestly, desk decorations that I've done in the past. So, or even the boot logo too. So if you know the Elgato logo that appears when you first plug it in, you can actually change that. So fun things you can, again, with Stream Deck, it's crazy, like everything you can customize from faceplates to the actual keys itself to text and beyond. So awesome. Put that over there. As they break our demo PC, I'll have to fix that after the stream.
I actually jinxed it. I'm
You
sorry.
did.
I haven't said anything about that all week, and of course, right when I say it, I break it. You can have gifts as screensavers, and there's actually some of them available on Marketplace. Some of them are free as well. So if you're interested in getting some animated screensavers, check that out. Also, there's the ability to add animated keys. So we have some great animated icon packs, some RGB, some cool effects, some glitchy ones that look super futuristic. So if you're interested in that, also make sure to check it out on Elgato Marketplace.
I will say that people that say I didn't know that, I'm so happy to be able to bring new ideas or features that you were not aware about. That has like been my goal. I was trying to make sure when I was listening to Phil and Jonathan talk about things, like I got to make sure I cover things that they're not covering. So I'm glad to see that, honestly. I even taught Burrito something new, which I'm happy about.
That's awesome. I'm doing that. All right. I need to set up a GIF screensaver because I accidentally have image retention of my VTuber logo on one of mine. Oh, gosh.
That's one way to do it. I think just the original one does not support GIF screensavers. And then Stream Deck Plus.
Yeah, I believe Mark 1 doesn't.
Yeah, and but everything else does.
Mm-hmm.
So
cool. Okay.
awesome.
So
Giveaway time.
let me just make sure that there's nothing else that we're forgetting. I am very forgetful, so let's just make. Oh, I do have questions actually. That's what I wanted to bring up. Some really quick. Let's just run through these.
Okay, cool.
Gio asks, can they connect 4 Facecam 4Ks to the same PC? It's kind of funny, Gio. You're the exact edge case I was talking about earlier this week when I was like, let's just add the max Facecam to the cart. You actually want that. That's awesome. I want to use them for a podcast. One webcam will be used from above to showcase products. Is that possible?
Yes, it'll come down to mostly your motherboard and the amount of bandwidth you have available for the USB ports, but it's very possible. what I would recommend is separating them to. A lot of them will have different colors, of course, depending on the USB 3.0. You can use them as 2.0, I believe, with 4K Facecam 4K, you do 2.0 as well. But I would
You're
recommend.
gonna have a reduced resolution though, so not really recommended. It's more like in a pinch, it will work with
Yeah.
USB 2.0. I would definitely recommend USB.
Move them to different hubs just to make sure you don't have any kind of bandwidth limitations. But yeah, by all means, you definitely can. So, and in the camera hub, you can go, there'll be a drop down for you to actually adjust each camera to your liking. And obviously, if you have Stream Deck, you can control all of them. Or actually, no, the one that's currently selected directly from your Stream Deck. So,
Yep. All right. And I think it doesn't have to be the one that's currently selected. I think you can select the hardware. Am I wrong about that?
oh no, I think you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, actually, yeah. So in the Stream Deck software, you will select. Yeah, I remember now. You'll be able to select which webcam you want to control.
Great. Then I have a question from Petunia. Can Keylight Neo be turned on by Stream Deck? Absolutely. All of our software integrates together, so Stream Deck can control Control Center. That's adjusting your lights, your temperature, your brightness, turning them on and off, controlling multiple devices at the same time. You can absolutely do that, and you'll have beautiful live states. Should we showcase that really quick because we do have a Keylight Neo connected to the computer? Are you able to get Control Center?
Oh, that control panel. So one sec. Let's see if it's. Oh,
It's in the bottom corner, I believe.
perfect. Oh yeah, perfect. So it's already set up here. So obviously we see on Control Center here, you can control via Stream Deck. So if I go back to we'll do it for my Gallion here. So if I go into my Gallion, set up a new page here, I'll add a key right here, and automatically will turn off or on.
Nice.
One thing too, you can do all of your lights. So especially if you get
Don't do
that
that
key
right
light. Well, thankfully it only shows the one.
Yeah.
But if you get that, of course, that 2 key light, you can be able to control them both directly from your Stream Deck. You can set brightness, which is great if you want to just simply have different kind of like presets that you want to set on the really quickly, all from your Stream Deck. So yes, if it's an Elgato product, you can definitely control it via Stream Deck or software as well.
Yep. That's Elgato Studio Control. That's obviously Control Center, Wavelink, and those beautiful live states make it super easy to know whether or not your lights are on and to give you that easy control. If you have something like Stream Deck Plus, you can dial in your lighting. You can literally turn the dial to raise the brightness, to raise the temperature. Fun thing to do there is do a dial stack so that you can click through between, color temperature, then click through to the next one, then brightness, and that way you basically have all the controls, but you only need one dial to do it.
See, speaking of control, I just thought about this. Recently, in an event, Dell had one of our ring light, our ring lights, and they had it on the same Wi-Fi, like the vendor Wi-Fi. I
Oh
was
boy.
this close to just messing with them from Stream Deck, turning it off and on not during the event, of course. I would never do that, but it was
would.
on.
I
And
would.
it was so close to be like making them think that
Hide
it
your
was
lights.
possessed.
Hide your lights, I'll control them.
Yes, you can. You can hide different kind of lights. If you have different kind of lights that you don't want to control via Control Center, you can hide them. You can also link them as well. But I was so close to just like making them think that light was possessed.
During COVID, my sister and I shared a room, and she would do her school calls, of course, at my setup because I had the lighting, I had everything. I did, in fact, flashbang her once or twice by raising the key lights to 100% brightness secretly with the Stream Deck action.
Via Stream Deck
That
Mobile.
was really funny. No, I just had a Stream Deck on my laptop.
Oh yeah, of course.
yeah,
'Cause
yeah,
You
yeah.
don't have to be actually next to the light. So
Yeah. So I did that wirelessly. So highly recommend pranking someone with that. It is very bright. Keylight is very bright at 100% brightness. I would probably never recommend anyone use it at 100% unless you're using it as a bounce light or
Yeah.
maybe like a big fill light for a room. But yeah, I'm seeing a bunch of Stream Deck purchases come through. That is super awesome. There we have
that was a nice one.
even an XLR audio bundle too.
That
That's
was
awesome.
nice.
I have something, I don't know if we've talked about this yet. With that 20% off code for Elgato Week, there is a product that you can use it for that normally is not eligible in most of our coupon codes. I am super excited about this as a pro Stream Deck user. So any pro Stream Deck users in the chat or pro streamers or broadcast, anything like that, listen up because you can use that Elgato Week code to get 20% off of Stream Deck Studio. That is so
What?
awesome. I know they weren't gonna have it, and then they added it. Bro, did you not see that announcement?
20.
It's not excluded. It is part of the deal. So you can get 20% off of Stream Deck Studio,
moly.
which we did not talk about today. We cannot dive into that today. But if you are interested in Stream Deck Studio to use it with something like BitFocus buttons, you can get 20% off right now. Tell your friends, tell your broadcast friends, tell your friends, tell your broadcast friends.
That's
put it in the Slack,
pretty
put it in
wild.
Outlook, write an email, ask your boss for it. Yeah, I mean, some people are running it on maybe a 3D printed rack mount on their desk. I'm sure some of you guys will also grab one. But yeah, that's
Maybe like
awesome.
Like 160, 180 bucks off, I think, something like
It's
that.
a pretty good deal. I mean, you could try it right now if you wanted. Add it to the cart.
Oh, we're doing it live.
How funny would it be if it didn't work?
It would not be
I'm
funny
just
at
kidding.
all.
It would actually be incredibly unfunny.
Stream Deck Studio.
What is Stream Deck Studio? You're looking at it right here. It's okay. So something really. I'll talk about it after. You do that first.
Yeah, so of course we could talk about it while I'm going through the checkout. It's a rack-mounted Stream Deck that works with Stream Deck software or BitFocus buttons. We recommend using it with buttons just because of the NFC reader. So is it Elgato week? Oh, I forgot an O.
Look at that.
Oh my
$720
$180
from
off.
$899.99.
Can I use your credit card real quick?
Not on the stream, you can't. No, maybe
Oh,
off
afterwards?
stream.
Okay.
Hey!
Okay.
James suddenly rolls up with the studio tomorrow. This is really exciting. This is the first time, and I believe that we've had a coupon code work for Stream Deck Studio.
Yeah.
Something really awesome that just like, as a Stream Deck nerd, I will self-proclaim myself. I bought Stream Deck in 2017. I was a fan before I was an Elgato partner. I was an Elgato partner before I was an intern. I was an intern before I was full-time. Like, I have been with Stream Deck for so many years. I think something that's so awesome about something like Stream Deck Studio is that we took Pro Broadcast and we put it into your setup with Stream Deck. We wanted to take all these awesome, crazy controllers that these pro productions use, and we wanted you to have it at your home setup. And what did these pro productions do? They said, wait, that's better than what I have. I want Stream Deck. So we went from taking like inspiration from some old pro broadcast tools, brought it, modernized it for your setup. They decided, wow, that's cheaper and better and more beautiful than what I have right now. Then they brought it into their setup. And now something like Stream Deck Studio is us making a product for broadcast.
Yep.
That is so cool. That is so cool. I'm a nerd. I'm sorry, but that's so cool.
Just to add, I was actually at a Pro Broadcast event recently
I'm
called
jealous.
NAB,
I'm jealous.
and every 3 to 5 booths had a Stream Deck there, which was really interesting to see. They were using BitFocus companion to buttons. If I know like the MLB, the NFL, use Stream Decks to help control some of their broadcasts, and they all love it just because of due to the fact that icons are easy to customize. It's
The live
lightweight.
states, yeah.
Where
Profiles, plugins.
A lot of pro broadcast control surfaces don't even have icons. They have to print out their own labels and put them on the buttons themselves. They're just colored.
Isn't that crazy? Some of you guys are more advanced than some productions
Like
as far as controllers
$3,000
go.
control surfaces that are just
More
simply,
expensive even.
and
It's
more.
wild.
That's just and they just simply have to print out a label and put it on there. So where Stream Deck
It
is
could not be us, James.
no,
Could not be us.
no.
You actually just you put some beautiful icons on there in just a couple seconds. So if you're interested in a Stream Deck Studio, you want to use something like BitFocus buttons, it is available at 20% off, but only for a few more days. So make sure that you head over to Elgato.com. Make sure you expedite that expense request from your boss if you work in production.
True.
You send that email, high priority email. Approve this right now. It's a really great deal. So that being said, let's go ahead and draw the winner for the giveaway. Yep, Jasmine's ready on deck. Let's go ahead. Should we do a 10-second countdown? It's Elgato week. You can win a Stream Deck Plus. Happy 6 years, Burrito. It's so silly saying that. In the Twitch chat to enter. Make sure that you are following. You want to be following anyways because we'll want to see you tomorrow. So yeah. Last chance. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 7, 4, 3, 2, 1. The winner is. Make sure that you say something in chat if you won. The winner is Shalons, are you in the chat? Are you in the chat? It's going too fast. I can't. Oh, I
Oh, I
won!
won.
All right, I need Jasmine to confirm real quick that you are good
Follow
and you are
2019, Jasmine
following.
says.
Awesome, perfect. Wow, 2019. That's awesome. Happy
Congrats.
7 years to you following. Dang, you beat me.
Quick maths.
Awesome. All right. That being said, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you again tomorrow at 10 a.m. PT. Also, don't forget to check out those German and Spanish streams before that earlier in the morning. Make sure to shop Elgato Week deals. Make sure to join our Discord. Follow us on all of our socials. Follow us on YouTube and Twitch. We also stream on YouTube too. So if you're interested, make sure to check it out. And shout out to those of you guys tuning in from YouTube as well. That being said, we'll have an awesome giveaway tomorrow. We'll see you then. It really should have been a contest. Jasmine, we're having a convo after this. It really should have been a contest. But it's going to be a giveaway. So I'm so excited for you guys. All right, everyone.
All right.
Have
Bye,
a great
everyone.
day. Bye. See you tomorrow.